the prevention and elimination of child labor organized by the MERDI, with child labor, and the regional plan and the strategic
in
partners in
Peru,
Peru,
the
the
Central
central
of Seat
seat
and
and
the
the
Development and
development and
Self-Management.
self-management.
We are
We are
happy to
happy to
have you
have you
here,
here,
and we
and
are
we are
going to
going to
start
start
this
this
meeting
meeting
with the
with the
words
words
of
of
Mrs.
Mrs.
Ana
Ana
Moreira.
Moreira.
She's the
She's the
regional
regional
director
director
of
of
the International Organization, Labor Organization. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Especially, I would like to greet our friend Sergio Quiñones. He's the General Director of Fundamental Rights of the Ministry of Labor and Promotion of Employment, Mr. Marcos Duvel, Senior Director of the Global March Against Child Labor, and our Director and our dear representatives of ABC, ACIT, USDO, and others. Dear members of Global March, our friends, all of you who are here with us today, I would like to give you warm welcome to the ILO. This is the house of the world of the employment, and we are happy to receive you to discuss the experiences with an area-based approach to prevent and eliminate child labor. The Latin American and Caribbean Regional Initiative and the Global March, together with its partners, have organized this event. This event is special this year. We are celebrating 25 years since the signature of the Convention 182 on the worst way of child labor. We are committed to have this convention ratified by all ILO members to attain the total elimination of child labor in its worst forms. Latin America has a special reason to be happy this year because this year we are going to celebrate 10 years since the countries in the region created the regional initiative for Latin America and the Caribbean for free of child labor. This is a tripartite platform by means of actions and political activities. We are aiming at the eradication of child labor and its worst forms. The regional initiative is not just a mere tripartite method of work that is being admired, but also an essential component in our fight to attain social justice. It allows us to face challenges and build solutions that are innovative to address child labor. We are in the middle of a world trend that is betting on the era which are the catalyzers for unemployment in the region. The drop in the rates of in unemployment stopped reducing by the end of 2022, and now we see that informality rate are about 84%, 48%. Most of the countries in the region have actual salaries that have shrunk compared to the salaries they were receiving before COVID-19. In certain countries, people are experiencing a shrinking in their acquisitive power around 10%. This data is making us believe that we are far from the attainment of the child labor reduction goal. to tackle the challenges related to employment, labor rights, and the sustainable development, which are key for us to prevent and eradicate child labor. ILO office is focusing more on the development of policies and programs that are promoting decent work for everyone, social protection, social dialogue, and the principle and fundamental rights of labor. Child labor eradication is one of the mainstays. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we are working to guarantee that productive employment, decent work, and social justice prevail, that they are key in the country's and sector's agenda. In this regard, ILO is through the technical secretariat for the region, we are giving a comprehensive response that is focused on the territory. We have created tools that are data intensive, such as the model for identifying the risk of child labor or CL risk. This methodology allows the government, employers, and workers to acknowledge areas of vulnerability in their area and take action on that. During the morning, we will learn more about by giving an area-based approach both all workers, government, employers, civil society, as well as partners for development will work together hand in hand to reach the goal that is a region free of child labor. I would like to wrap up my remarks by the, wishing you the best in this effort, that you can commit to the commitment of eradicating child labor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now we will listen to the welcome remarks of Timothy Ryan. He is the president of the Global March Against Child Labor. Thank you. Good morning. Bienvenido al simposio para
Y agradecemos a la OIT por su apoyo y especialmente al Departamento de los Estados Unidos por financiar este trabajo que busca identificar y adoptar las mejores prácticas y enfoques para abordar el trabajo infantil. Lamentablemente no puede estar en Lima. Pude asistir al simposio de África Occidental en Ghana, donde escuchamos experiencias muy buenas sobre los trabajos hechos en diferentes países en el enfoque basado en sectores y vimos avances en zonas libres de trabajo infantil en Ghana. Como bien saben, recientemente el Día Mundial contra el Trabajo Infantil conmemoró 25 años del convenio 182 de la OIT que está encabezado por la Marcha Global y el llamamiento a cumplir con nuestros compromisos. Este año la situación de los niños ha empeorado en los Estados Unidos. 4 docenas de ONGs, Carlos, entre otros, lanzaron una campaña que busca acabar con el trabajo infantil en los Estados Unidos. El convenio 182 de la OIT, que pocos países han como Estados Unidos han ratificado. Y estamos buscando reforzar significativamente las leyes y aumentar su implementación. Lo que he visto en Estados Unidos y en África, en todos los eventos regionales de la Marcha Global, es que hay una conexión absolutamente esencial entre los niños y los trabajadores en la fábrica, la opinión política de los líderes religiosos de las comunidades y defensores que trabajan para obtener legislación y políticas a niveles nacional y regional. Este modelo de enfoque territorial es el mejor para conectar a los grupos de bases, los líderes, las herramientas y los recursos en las comunidades y las organizaciones que pueden influir a los gobiernos a nivel nacional e internacional. La Marcha Global considera que este modelo integral de enfoque territorial es clave para establecer soluciones sostenibles a largo plazo contra el trabajo infantil. Este modelo funciona cuando todos trabajan de manera activa para mantener la comunicación y la coordinación entre los diferentes niveles y especialmente en las Américas entre los países que la conforman. En este sentido, es importante, este momento es especial para que los miembros sudamericanos trabajen más en la comunicación y coordinación con sus hermanos y hermanas de la región. Nuevamente, lamento no estar con ustedes hoy, pero vamos a revisar y aprender sus intercambios y deseos. Sinceramente, que este evento les inculque la importancia del enfoque territorial para que puedan utilizarlo, incidir significativamente en el programa de trabajo infantil. Muchas gracias y los mejores deseos para que tengan un programa productivo e interesante.
All the challenges that Latin America is facing would not be possible to tackle if we don't have all the stakeholders participating. This morning we have the participation of our strategic allies. And now we'll give the floor to Jose Roberto Piqueras. He is a representative of the Spanish Cooperation Agency for Development. Good morning. I hope that you can see me. Can you see me? Very well. So, although I may be in the cloud, we won't delay this event. So I send warm greetings to Ana Virginia Moreira, Regional Director of ILO for Latin America and the Caribbean. Timothy Ryan, President of the Global March Against Child Labor. To our partners for the development, Mr. Pozo from the Andalusian Agency, Mrs. Casambita from the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, Mrs. Andrades from Seoul, and representative of the employer and worker sectors, and of course, greetings to our friend Pilar Rodriguez, who is the coordinator of the regional initiative. Today, we are in this regional events for the elimination of child labor. And this is a remarkable opportunity to continue to foster the promotion and the protection of our children and adolescents. As well, we are celebrating 25 years of Convention 182, which is a milestone in the tackling of the worst forms of child labor. This anniversary makes us reaffirm our commitment and to continue working with determination and creativity. I see that now people are watching me. We have seen significant progress in the framework, and we are now celebrating the 10th anniversary of the regional initiative for Latin America and the Caribbean free of child labor. Spain is spearheading the organization of these activities and facing challenges with innovative solutions and that are adapted to the reality ever changing of child labor. This is a long path that has proven to be fruitful because we're working with ILO together with other institutions that are making a network of researchers, journalists, politicians, artists, young people, influencers, and families. Everyone is coming together to work for a single cause, that is, put an end to child labor and build a future where children can play, study, and grow healthy. It is of the essence for us to reach the most difficult problem focus on prevention. Spain is working hard together with the regional initiative in the accelerated framework for policies and identification of the child labor risk identification methodologies to tackle child labor. We can indicate many achievements. We have statistical institutes that are measuring the phenomenon, schools that are including the rights of children in their curriculum, and also families that are prioritizing the education of their children. Those figures speaks by itself. Latin America has increased the number of children that have reduced. In 1998, they were 80 millions, and now we are about 2 million. The Spanish Cooperation Agency is very proud of being part of this success and be a key member to attain the goal 8.7. We are working in a difficult context after COVID-19, but we are committed to meet that challenge, to face the challenge, and we in Spain will continue to follow and support the region. Spain will always be working together with the regional initiative to guarantee a region free of child labor. And we have many reasons to continue to work together in this fight. Thank you very much. We wish you the best success. Thank you very much. Now we will give the floor to Olga Pozo. She is representative of the Andalusian Cooperation Agency. Hello, good morning. It is a pleasure to join you in the inauguration and these 2 days of hard work. I want to add to the greetings of our leaders. We are a cooperation agency that comes from a region in Spain that's called Andalusia. And we would like to wish you the best in these days that you are starting today. This reinforces the idea of developing the territories. The territories are key for any intervention that we want to do with success in an area as important as it is for the elimination of child labor. We are adding to the letters of intent and commitments that are on the table to tackle child labor. We are now in a situation of recovery after experiencing multiple crises that have affected the rights of children and adolescents, and we are committed to continue to work with the regional initiative. And of course, we want to continue to work with the area-based approach because this is part of what the Spanish Cooperation Agency does. We are supporting the initiative. We are partners of the initiative. We would like to see a Latin American Caribbean free of child labor. We wish you the best success in these 2 days workshop. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind words, Mrs. Pozo. And now we have the participation of Monica Salmito. She is representative of the Brazilian Cooperation Agency. Hello, Katia. Good morning. It's a pleasure to see you. It's nice to see familiar faces. I would like to greet Anna Virginia, our director. On behalf of our director, we send you the warm regards to Mrs. Olga, our Mr. Timothy. We are happy to be here once again, and we are here representative the Brazilian Cooperation Agency. It's just like the Spanish agency. We are a partner for the development. And just a second, I just want to check that you can hear me. Hello? Monica, we can hear you quite well. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to greet everyone that is in the room right now. I would have loved to be in Lima with you because I feel like at home when I'm in Lima. Every time that I visit, I feel very welcome by all of you, and especially to be with you working together. It's something that makes me happy. We are very happy to be here in this meeting. Especially, we have the opportunity to celebrate this year the anniversary of the signature of the ILO Convention 182. This convention is very important for us because it bans the worst form of child labor and the immediate actions. And we know that the convention is key for planning the cooperation on prevention and elimination. So it's a convention that is a convention that has been signed by many countries around the world. I would like to wish you all a great week. I will not stop mentioning that aside for we are celebrating 25 years, and we are celebrating of 10 years of the regional initiative. So we are in a year of celebrations, and Brazil is very happy. Together with the ILO office here in Brasilia, we are working together with the Ministry of Labor and Social Development. We are putting our best foot forward together with the Ministry of Foreign Relations to celebrate a meeting here in Brasilia, in Brazil. We are working towards that meeting, and we are going to hold a meeting in October. We have a draft agenda. We are going to have a field visit on a successful experience here in Brasilia. We are working hard to do this. So this is going to be a special year for everyone that is working on the elimination of child labor. We are all working together towards our aim, and the Brazilian agency wish you a very good week of work. Thank you.
the conceptual viewpoint, it is essential that apart from the strategies based on populations or more vulnerable or in municipalities which have been mostly affected, policies need to be structural and cross-cutting, and the causes of child labor have to be tackled. We won't get tired of mentioning this. From the ILO, you have mentioned this, that we cannot work on this if we do not ensure decent work for adults and if we do not guarantee policies of social protection, even quality education and universal care services, a discussion which has been ongoing in the last session. Apart from this component, which needs to be built collectively together with other stakeholders as the unions, the CL risk is fundamental to serve specific and complex situations. And hence, we are very proud to be part of this initiative, which has been putting lots of efforts in these 10 days to join tripartite efforts to support the governments in detecting the highest vulnerability areas, to focus and concentrate resources and think about specific policies which might be used. No doubt, we have communities of our region which are more prone to generating contexts where the scourge of child labor will become materialized because of different drivers or because they are migrating, or indigenous women who are in greater social and economic vulnerability, or be it municipalities or neighborhoods in the periphery where the states do not get to the necessary services, among other variables, of course. This does not decrease the responsibility of the national governments to ensure their fundamental rights. This entails necessary supplement by local authorities, and it is important to highlight at this local level the importance that education has and the awareness campaigns have for the prevention and for combating child labor in rural areas where most of the child labor takes place. And sometimes it belongs to cultural practices. And we reiterate our commitment that we have as union representatives to collectively build these policies and strategies, and also to work in the implementation of this framework. We insist that it is essential that we make sure tripartite tables exist so that we can support accordingly in the different areas. We will still advocate to work with social justice, environmental justice, and we should enforce decent work, make progress in labor formalities, and make sure that all the adults are guaranteed their basic rights. So without further ado, this is my comment. We would like to salute all of you. We will be paying attention to every experience that you will share with us. And well, thank you very much to the secretariat, the technical secretariat of the initiative, and the cooperating agencies, and the support that you're always bringing us in this fight. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jessica, for your words. Now we will hand the mic to Ms. Lourdes Cardona. She's a representative of the Honduran Council of the Private Enterprise. Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me well. I'm just testing my mic. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you very well. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to offer my greetings to the director of the Office for the Latin America and the Caribbean, Ana Virginia Moreira. I would like to salute Timothy Ryan, chairman of the uh, board, Global March Against Child Labor, and of course, the technical secretariat of the Regional Initiative of Child Labor for Latin America and the Caribbean. I cannot leave aside all of the representatives of the governmental sectors, employers and workers, and other special guests that will be sharing with us today and tomorrow at this important meeting. Well, definitely it is an honor to address you in this regional meeting on area-based approaches for the prevention elimination of child labor. As a representative of the employer sector, it's a pleasure for me to share with you the importance of our role in this crucial cause and in the initiatives that are being implemented in the region to eradicate child labor. We gather here today to commemorate the World Day uh, against child labor, something that highlights the imperious need of protecting all of the children and adolescents and guaranteeing a future without child labor. This calls all of us to comply with our commitments to have a child labor-free world. We ratify Convention 182, which has been a milestone in fighting for the rights for children. It's been 25 years that have marked a significant advancement in the worst forms of child labor, and its ratification has been a commitment, a global commitment following this cause. This celebration pushes us to still work with determination and collaboration. We celebrate also with pride the 10th anniversary of the regional initiative of Latin America and the Caribbean free of child labor, a milestone that's actually showing a decade of a significant consensus and a three-party collaboration in all of Latin America. This initiative has meant a fundamental role in mobilizing resources and support to promote effective policies and concrete actions devoted to protecting children in the region. Of course, despite all of the challenges that we face, we reaffirm our commitment to make more progress towards our shared goal in eradicating child labor in our region. Latin America definitely faces a challenge in consolidating the progress made and keeping advancing in this collective fight. This regional meeting is something coming very timely. It's seeking this goal, facilitating understanding on area-based approaches, exploring the advantages, limitations in the prevention and elimination of child labor in the region. So this sharing of experiences and challenges regarding the comprehensive integrations, of course, as programmatic interventions and the lobbying focused on area-based approaches and the creation of free zones. With all of these approaches will allow us to adapt our strategies to the local realities by making sure that our interventions will become more effective and sustainable. The employer sector plays a very important role. The creation of sustainable companies and the generation of formal work. The implementation of policies and good practices are essential to guarantee that child labor won't have a place in our societies. Companies and employers are committed to the promotion of child rights by supporting educational initiatives and welfare that will develop them at the fullest. On behalf of my sector and in Latin America and the Caribbean, we would like to express our thanks for having us in this opening ceremony and all of the people for their dedication to this cause. And the eradication of child labor is something that requires the collaboration of all the sectors of the society. And we are convinced that together we can have a region free from child labor. Welcome and success. I hope that these spaces to share will strengthen the actions and build a better future for children and adolescents. Thank you very much, Katia, and greetings. Thank you very much, Lourdes Carmona, for her words. We have 31 countries, members of the regional initiative Latin America and the Caribbean. And here we have representatives from the labor sector of the different regional offices. Now we will hand the mic to Sergio Quiñones. He's the director of the General Office of Fundamental Rights of the Ministry of Labor, who will discuss the situation of child labor in Peru. Good morning, everyone. Miss Ana Moreira, Miss Pilar Rodriguez, Mr. Marco Dubel. Please, I'm conveying the greetings of Dr. Daniel Maurate and the Vice Minister of Labor, Ms. Yolanda Erazo. Today, they are precisely at an activity now in El Rimac at a school, an activity which aims at commemorating the World Day Against Child Labor. It was the 12th, but it has generated some activities and that will last the whole month. As someone mentioned already, those who preceded me, this is a particularly special year in the commemoration because it's 25 years since the Convention 182, one of the international instruments with the greatest number of ratifications globally, and 10 years since the regional initiative started working in Peru, particularly in the Ministry of Labor and Promotion, is honored to be part of from the very beginning. I have a very short presentation. I won't steal much time from you to hear the presentations that belong with the event, but I would like to think about something that to me is very important, and it is to the labor sector and the office that I manage. Child labor is actually a public problem. It is a public problem, a complex and challenging problem, I would say. And it is complex because it's a multi-cause problem. It's deeply rooted in economic problems, in the poverty of the families, educational issues, cultural issues, and social tolerance. And it is quite challenging because it puts us, those of us who fight for eradicating, facing a big challenge, which is guaranteeing a dignified future for boys and girls and adolescents. And this is why we, as the government and stakeholder, we need to have strategic alliances that we've been consolidating in the past years with cooperation agencies, with the civil society, with other sectors of the government, with the ILO, of course, because this is what such a problem requires, a participation with the society, with business sectors, and among the different sectors as well. My presentation is very brief, and I'm trying to share with you some figures on the current situation of child labor, some measures, some challenges, and some outstanding challenges. And I hope that the people who work with me will develop them more at full during the presentation. Peru has had important progress, significant progress, I would say, in the fight against child labor. From 2012 to 2023, in Peru, the rate of child labor has presented a bearish trend. From 2012 to 2023, the child labor rate in Peru has been reduced by 5.8 percentage points. And of course, there are some peaks in 2020, 2021 stemming from the pandemic, but having the full picture, we have managed to reduce 5.8 percentage points the rate of child labor in Peru. This is due to different reasons, I would say. To start, the decision taken in 2012 for implementing a strategy, the PETI strategy, and then the crucial role that the CPETI, the National Committee, the Steering Committee on Child Labor Identification and Prevention, has caused, and also the contribution of the different sectors. Let's move on to the next slide, please. This 9% of child labor as at 2023, according to the National Household Survey, means that from around 7.8 million children and adolescents from 5 to 17 years, 703,993 children and adolescents work. They work on whatever is qualified as child labor, below the minimum age or being over the permitted age, but they are engaged in hazardous activities because of their condition. Within this age group, it shows that 6% of adolescents from 14 to 17 years of age perform intensive work, meaning that 140,000 teenagers exceed the maximum allowable work day. Now, there's a breakdown, if you will, by different variables. The rate of child labor is greater in men than in women. It's significantly greater in rural areas vis-a-vis urban areas, significantly greater in the mountains compared to the coast or the jungle. And here comes what's more worrisome. It has a high incidence in the range from 5 to 13 years of age. This is almost where 80% of child labor, and this has been mapped by the household survey. And this is not a specific survey on child labor. It is a general survey that brings on information from the households, but it is quite handy to make decisions at the level of public policies. Next slide, please. Now, regarding the economic activity, as you can see here, from 2022 to 2023, there's not much difference in Peru, as has been said, since 2012, when we started with the MPETI, with the child labor identification and prevention strategy. We identified this first on trade and other services. This is the map where child labor is located in regions. Since this is a meeting with area-based approach, I think that this is crucial to make decisions on public policies in Peru at least.
We
We
have
have
regions that
regions that
have a
have a
high
high
rate. They
rate. They
threefold the
threefold the
tax. Like this is
like this is
happening in
happening in
Huancavelica,
Huancavelica,
Cajamarca, and so
Cajamarca, and
on.
so on.
This
This
is a
is a
relevant
relevant
information
information
because
because
it's
it's
a
a
document that
document
will
that
allow
will
us
allow
to
us to
propose
propose
public
public
activities
activities
and
and even actions from the side of civil society, workers, employers. They will be able to
know
know
where
where
the
the
problem
problem
is
is
more
more
heightened.
heightened.
We
We
have
have
regions like
regions like
Tumbes,
Tumbes,
Callao,
Callao, and
Lima. They
Lima.
have
They
a
have
low
a low
rate.
rate.
That
That
doesn't mean
doesn't
that
mean that in absolute terms they are not having children working. Remember that the rate is in proportion to the households in Lima. So there's maybe a number that is higher in those areas because they are highly populated. This is important. In Peru, we have been promoting regional councils. These are called executive regional councils that have been entrusted by the central government to implement the concentrated regional plan. They
have
have
key
key
indicators.
indicators. In the labor sector, they are promoting some of them, and one of them is eradication of child labor. So, regional governments such as the one in Cajamarca or Arequipa and Cusco have incorporated in their concerted regional development plan indicators related to the reduction of child labor. This is important because later on, once the regional governments land this in the planning, the Ministry of Economy and Finance will start to measure their achievements. So we have technical and economical motivation to make progress on this in this front. Now I would like to share more information about the progress. What has worked? What has allowed us to curve down the child labor rate in about 5 percentage points? We have taken several actions that have been led by the Ministry of Labor and articulated by strategic partners such as cooperation agencies, ILO, civil society organizations, regional organizations of workers and employers organizations. Among the progress made, we have the MERTI, for example. This is the child labor risk identification methodology. This is a very good tool. It is essential to focus our public policies. And in fact, this government administration is updating the CL risk. Today's Seal risk was developed with data from 2017, but now we have new household information, so we have to update our seal risk. And this is working. We also have CERPETIS. The CPETI is a national committee that is working on child labor. And I see some of the members of this committee, and they have decentralized regional committees that are strengthening the social dialogue on child labor. We have communication campaigns, we have leaflets. We also have a seal for those companies that are working with the seedlings project, and that is a project that will be in the second edition this quarter. And of course, as well, the development of the national project. We have been working in this since 2021, and we are going to update. Now, I'm going to tell you more about the challenges that we're facing. Okay, so one of the challenges is to promote value chains free from child labor, to strengthen the services provided regionally, have strengthened capacities with stakeholders, and to that aim, we need the stakeholders with all hands on board. And also, the Ministry of Labor has decided to develop a multi-sectoral protocol on the prevention and eradication of child labor. And here we have also the preparation of the national policies, and that policy will allow us to place a focus, and that will allow this program to have a budget and results indicators that will be monitored by the ministry and the general directorates and others. And we are going to continue to work on this. I appreciate your time for being here and listening to me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergio, for your kind words. We're going to give the floor to our next speaker. We have the regional coordinator of the regional initiative for Latin American and child and the Caribbean free of child labor. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for the time that you are giving us. I want to welcome my colleagues and partners for the development that are joining us in this room this morning. Thank you for sharing your time with us. Thank you very much, Sergio, as well, for you. Now, let me tell you about the regional landscape and tell you more about the regional initiative. We have heard about this regional initiative very much, and maybe some of you don't know. We have heard some of the figures for the regional landscape. In the recent report for the last year, says that 8.2 million of children are working. So we need to bear in mind that these are figures that are pre-COVID-19. Recent surveys in Brazil, Mexico, Honduras indicate that there is a spike in the number of children that are working. In the region, child labor is mostly focused in the rural areas. They are mostly engaged in the service sector, is particularly in the farming sector. They are mostly providing services, but we also have an additional data. We have like a gray area, and we need your support in that regard. That is, we need to know more about the worst form of child labor. Sometimes those are the worst because we don't know how complex they are, the underlying way it takes. So we have girls, boys, and adolescents that are doing child labor in the house. We have girls and boys that are doing activities regarding care. Care economy, it has a female face. It's a girl that is behind that service.
we need to place our focus there. When a child goes to the land and work with their dad, for example, we see they are working. When a girl stays at home or goes to the house of a family member to take care of the brother, the sibling, the grandma, and do house care or homemaker, that is something that the girl is doing what she needs to do because she needs to look after people. But that is also child labor. So let us pay attention to those cases. They are hard to identify, but we need to identify them. Now, in one of the reports, on the one hand, Latin America and the Caribbean is the region that they is paying most attention and working. But now we are stagnated, and we may be hints. We've seen hints of reduction, and we need to pay attention. Why is this happening? On the one hand side, we have the reality of child labor that is changing in the region, and on the other hand, we start to see difficulties because it's hard for us to reach the uh, essence of the problem. Is this a matter of the substance, or do we need to change the way we are working? So now we are thinking about solutions, and in that regard, and I'm happy to see Paola here with us because she's one of the people that started with us with the initiative. She and Katia were working hard towards the attainment of this initiative, and we need to have an organized response. If we have a regional vision that will drive and resolve the questions and that is aligned with the priorities and the trends that were standing at the time that they were marking the world of labor and the ILO. At the time, we didn't have the SDGs. So we believe that we pioneered this effort. We worked on this before the SDGs. So countries, together with employers and workers' organizations, need to say that. So the visionaries that anticipated this situation had a vision, and now we have this mechanism that comprises the three parties that are in an ongoing discussion and participation. And we also organized every 4 years a meeting to define the strategical plan that changes according to the reality of the regions. These strategic plans are materialized in operational plans, and today we have the regional Global Accelerator Lab for eradicating child labor. And that plan, that regional plan that is operating, is materialized in each and every one of the countries by means of the accelerator plans. Every country places a name, an action to the policy. As we were talking before, on the one hand side, we need to know how to organize ourselves and drive this effort from every sector. As well, we need to update the model. What can we do to update the model? Well, now we have a wide knowledge base. We remember that many participated in the IPEC programs. These are pioneering programs. I think they are around since 1996. I think they are older than me, but well, I know I'm older than that. But in any case, what well, what we thought. On the one hand, we analyzed all the factors that explain child labor according to the trends that we identified. We identified the key of success of the program that had been going on for 20 years, the OCPEC program. Then we analyzed the studies. We did cost effectiveness study. We analyzed the linkage between the
child labor and the factors that would accelerate and drive children and adolescents to be exposed to a situation of labor. We worked with ECLAC. ECLAC is a UN organization that is known in the region, especially for the statistical work that they do and the knowledge that they have. And so we started thinking about a model. That model allowed us to identify the territories that would allowed us to identify the geographical areas and with the groups that we needed to address. We need to see the variables and the way that the variables should have. Sorry for the interpreters. I think I am going a little bit fast, but they are so kind with me because I love to speak very fast. But well, we need to consider the weight of the variables to measure child labor. Once we started analyzing this information, we started to see a new phase. The phase where we applied the model. And to apply the model, first we identified factors associated to child labor. And Sergio was talking about how the MIRTI was applied here in Peru. And then once we have that first mapping, first idea of the area, we develop a model and we use the national household and surveys and other documents related to child labor. We harmonize concepts and definitions because one of the issues is definitions. Every country, every region has its own definitions, so we had to harmonize definitions. So after doing that, we specified the statistical model to be applied to learn about the probabilities. Once the model was applied and we have an estimation of child labor, then we see something coming up. Now we have a map and look at it. This is the map. The map is telling us how, the measure of which a territory is vulnerable to child labor situations. Something must be clear. We are not talking about the rate of child labor. We don't have the number of children working. The model is telling us the areas and regions that are more vulnerable to child labor according to the variables that we have identified. Remember that these are variables that come from studies that were done. And these variables tell us what are the things that will influence a child to start working. I would like to highlight something. As you can see, this is a tool that is helping us focus, to pay attention to a specific area and be more efficient when enforcing policies. Here we see different risks. There are areas that have a right risk. If we identify Cajamarca, for example, I have been working on Cajamarca for a long time and I love Cajamarca, but well, let us look at the map. If we zoom in, we can see how within a certain region there are hot areas. If we click on a specific city, for example, or hamlet, okay, just by scrolling over, you see if they have a high risk and the rate of risk. And so this is a map that is available. And we have 13 countries that have the map. We are covering about 78% of Latin America and the Caribbean.
and this territory have 18%. That is about 2,400 municipalities that have a high risk of child labor. So tell me, can't we focus on those areas? Now, after having the map, we need to do the hard work. Now we need to go to the territory and analyze what's going on in the territory. How can we focus our work even more? And to tell you the truth, I believe that the work that most of you are doing as civil society is amazing, but it's necessary, and you are lucky. And also, you are responsible because you are giving child labor a face. You have policies and programs that must be effective. You need to work on the territory to deliver solutions that sometimes are not attainable by other means. We have examples of the application of this model. It's not only about policies or focusing. For example, in Guatemala, we have the Confederation of Coffee Growers. They used this model and they did an overlap of the primary production areas and the vulnerable areas of child labor. And they were able to redirect their resources and actions. Well, they are telling me that I don't have enough time. I have 3 minutes. So they have social responsibility actions that encompass educational programs and healthcare programs, and now they are focusing their actions in those areas, in those hotspots. Argentina is doing the same. They have identified areas where they need to promote healthcare centers, and that has yielded optimum results. In Jamaica, they did something interesting. Their social protection programs, once they have the method, they were focusing on those areas that were more vulnerable, and they focused their social programs in those areas, and they were able to meet those needs. In Peru, we have a magnificent example that is the labor inspection. They go to the turret and they see the map to identify people that are more vulnerable, and they sometimes tackle child labor that is hidden. So I would love to stay here and tell you more about the method, but now I need to wrap up. First, I want to thank you. Be mindful of the responsibility that each one of us is bearing on our shoulders. As Pepe Piquera said, he is the general coordinator of the Spanish Cooperation Agency in Peru. We have over 8 million reasons to work every day. If we don't translate this into concrete facts, then this is just a mere phrase and wonderful speech, and that's it. So I kindly thank you for devoting your time to this. Please think about us with about the regional initiative ILO, because we would like to support you on this matter and any other matter that you need support with. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pilar. Now we will give the floor to Mr. David, representative of the Global March. Please use the headsets to listen to the interpretation. The first part, I'm going to do it in Spanish and the second in English. So I warmly welcome you on behalf of Global March. We would like to especially thank ILO for allowing us to meet here. to work in alliance of 8.7 and the regional initiative. As well, we would like to thank the Ministry of Labor because they have given us inspiring words, and thank you to Pilar, and she talked about the good practices. And now we would like to thank Mr. Basque. He is the regional coordinator. The Global March wouldn't be what it is today thanks to his work. We are approaching 2025, and it is clear to us that we need to move faster to eliminate child labor. Pioneering countries are seeing this as a great opportunity to amplify the efforts and make progress. Also, we see that there's a need to have a direct action. We want our children and adolescents to be in a situation, to be in schools and not in child labor. The global march is growing thanks to pioneering countries, and we are pressured to have a territorial approach or an area-based approach to measure impacts. We have seen the positive impact that the area-based approach has to reduce child labor in specific areas. We are working together with the local government, community, trade unions, and employers. Our founder is implementing the area-based approach for over 30 years, and now we have adapted, and it has been adopted by different states in the country. Our members in India have used the area-based approach to address child labor in the mining quarries, and now it's the main tool for companies in the sector in Holland meet the new legislation and comply with it. We call on you to work together to bring about an impact that will allow children to feel safe and go to school. Together we can reivindicate the work. Now I'm going to switch into English.
De hecho, es un poco difícil cambiar de idiomas y mi idioma es el holandés. ¿Por qué nos estamos enfocando mucho en este enfoque territorial? Bueno, nosotros tenemos que salir de nuestra zona de confort y eso es algo que yo estaba haciendo hoy. Yo estuve hablando en español y es la primera vez que hablo en español público. Es la primera vez que hablo en español público. Y eso es de lo que se trata el enfoque territorial. Tenemos que salir de nuestro espacio de seguridad. Estamos saliendo de un sistema que ya no es solamente tripartito, sino tripartito más. Estamos involucrando a los empleados, a los trabajadores, otras agencias de las Naciones Unidas. Y quisiéramos hacer la conexión con la iniciativa regional para que la alianza crezca y que trabaje en conjunto con este enfoque territorial y otras intervenciones. ¿Por qué? Porque no podemos hacerlo solo. Ya hemos visto las cosas raíces. Estamos trabajando juntos. Las diapositivas están en español, así que va a ser difícil para mí seguirlo, pero ustedes pueden entender. Tenemos que seguir trabajando en educación, pobreza, la marginalización, desigualdad de género, y nuevas están surgiendo, y esto será más difícil. Por ejemplo, el cambio climático, esa es una nueva área en donde tenemos que enfocarnos. No podemos trabajar solos. ¿Por qué estamos tan involucradas con este enfoque territorial. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos que hacer que la comunidad sea los que impulsan el cambio. Este enfoque territorial hace que la comunidad se mueva. Lo vimos con el MIRTI, vimos cómo se identificaron áreas de alto impacto en Perú para poder lograr este enfoque territorial. Todos los niños deben ser retirados del trabajo. ¿Por qué? Porque no debe quedar ningún niño atrás. De lo contrario, no lo lograremos. Si tenemos un área que esté vinculada al suministro mundial, vamos a tener que lograr que los niños no estén allí. Tenemos que hacer que las diferentes disciplinas estén involucradas. No es solamente tener las organizaciones que tienen que ver con el trabajo infantil, sino también con las organizaciones de los empleadores, el gobierno local, para poder lograr la meta. Por esto estamos trabajando con este enfoque territorial. Quisiera que leyeran esto. Esto es de África Occidental y esto es una de las citas de los panelistas y esto tiene sentido porque nos explica por qué estamos trabajando con este enfoque territorial. Es un enfoque adaptable, no es algo que está escrito en blanco y negro, es algo que podemos adaptar. Él dijo, ¿por qué estamos usando este enfoque territorial? Y ellos dijeron, porque no tenemos muchos recursos y cada vez tenemos menos financiamiento. Y con el enfoque territorial podemos designar financiamiento de una manera más efectiva que en otras intervenciones. Bien, como les dije, no podemos hacer esto solos. Necesitamos un gobierno que sea el que dirige. Eh, no vemos a los países, vemos países que están tomando acción y que se están enfocando para reducir el trabajo infantil. Estamos trabajando en gobierno con la Marcha Global, estamos trabajando en organización con las ONGs. Trabajamos con el gobierno y somos críticos, un amigo crítico del gobierno. Por lo tanto, trabajamos con los diferentes niveles para ver el impacto que tenemos. Tenemos políticas que tienen que ser monitoreadas y seguidas para evaluar el impacto de estas. Tenemos que trabajar con la comunidad porque ellos son los que se benefician de nuestro trabajo. Si no tenemos un gobierno que entonces estamos contentos de ver que Perú ha encontrado la sinergia, estamos buscando trabajar juntos para erradicar el trabajo infantil.
Lo que se está haciendo ahora, hemos trabajado con el enfoque territorial ya durante 2 décadas. No diría que seamos los inventores, porque la OIT ha hecho un gran trabajo en el enfoque territorial, debo decir, pero definitivamente estamos al comienzo de este enfoque territorial. Actualmente estamos pensando en el grupo de acción en cadenas de suministro, la Alianza 8.7. Estamos trabajando con coordinación de donantes en Uganda, en el sector cafetero, no solamente a nivel nacional, con todos los actores de Uganda, sino también a nivel internacional dentro de la Alianza 8.7. Trabajamos juntos con donantes internacionales, pero también con las diferentes agencias de las Naciones Unidas y también con diferentes proyectos. También fortalecemos las capacidades con respecto a este enfoque. Nuestro coordinador regional en Ghana ha estado trabajando con el gobierno para desarrollar una política de zona libre de trabajo infantil que está adaptado en ciertas políticas. También combinamos las intervenciones. Si trabajamos en un proyecto, lo combinamos con un enfoque territorial y también innovamos en enfoque territorial porque sabemos que no estamos abordando todo, especialmente el tema de la pobreza, de la causa raíz del trabajo infantil, que sigue siendo un desafío y es algo que queremos queremos estudiar, queremos capacitarnos en esto y formarnos. Y todos los eventos regionales que estamos haciendo en este momento nos acercan para tener una mejor idea para abordar las causas económicas del trabajo infantil. Nosotros, como la Marcha Global, estamos muy contentos de tener este evento regional aquí en Lima, Perú, y estoy muy ansioso de poder aprender muchísimo en las intervenciones y también mañana aprender sobre lo que está sucediendo en el Perú y tomar este conocimiento y compartirlo a nivel internacional. Muchísimas gracias. Thank- After the picture, we will break for coffee. Coffee that will be served outside. Okay, thank you. We will resume later. For their interventions. Andrea, yes? This is coffee that comes from the Peruvian jungle. It's produced by a cooperative agency led by women, which added product is, of course, being free from child labor. This is part of the CELPI in Peru of the child labor free label. So CELPI is quite proud right now, and this is another value which is added to this, not only contributes to the strengthening of the role in women, but also the child labor free label and the eradication of child labor. So now we will break for coffee. First, we will take the picture. Is it on the lobby or in the garden? First, we will take a picture. Well, good morning once again. I hope that you have enjoyed the coffee and that you've had the chance to share ideas. And now that we've reloaded our energies, we will start with the second part of our event. I'm Fabiola Lazarte. I'm the coordinator, national coordinator of the Catalyst project led by the Global March Against Child Labor. And this has been implemented in Peru by two partners, the CECIP and DINA. Before moving on, some left. I would like to thank the speakers for setting the foundation for this discussion. In the second part of this morning, we will share experiences and knowledge as well as strategies that will help us tackle the problem of child labor from an area-based perspective, as we've been discussing. We have the privilege of having with us key stakeholders and experts on this fight, both from the countries of the region and also people from our country. This is why we've organized our work in a panel for the second part of this event. There will be actually 3 panels. Each one of these panels will focus on one topic, and there will be some space for discussion. 50 minutes will last each panel, and it will be geared by Maria Katia, that will know her. She's from the initiative. I will hand the mic to Maria Katia. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for coming back to the room to continue with the panel. This panel has as an aim to share practices and challenges of experiences and interventions from different sectors, contexts, and actors with the area-based approach. We have 3 panelists who are bringing on their experience, ready to share them with us, and we will try to do this in a dynamic manner. I will ask you please to respect the time. You have 3 to 4 minutes each for your interventions.
Greetings to
Greetings to
everyone
everyone
from
from
wherever.
wherever you are. The first aspect is that the seal risk allowed us to understand at the municipal level, that is the local level of government, we started to understand the hotspots
that is the areas where it was most likely to have child labor. To us, this is something very important. As you know, as a government, we have few resources, economic resources, talent, and so on. So it's important for us to understand the hotspots, which are the villages, the towns that are having this probability to develop strategies. Seal risk is very important. Thanks to seal risk, we were able to identify the root causes to that drove child labor, and how can we drive it down? For example, in Mexico, the vulnerability increases for children who speak an indigenous language, and that allows us to take action. There is another important part to it. So Mirti reach a certain area of the territory. We were able to have a support to those families identified during the pandemic thanks to the mapping out. So this seal risk model is a model that allows us as authority to identify the hotspots of child labor in order for us to identify and deploy actions that are effectively targeting those spaces. So the most important thing is to know where they are in order for us to take effective action. As you said, the Global March is working on this for a long time now, and they have experiences. Now we kindly invite Lorena to come to the fore. Lorena Bojovic. She is from Option. She is in charge of participation research and network development. She has a lot of experience on this topic. We would like to ask her what works, what can we improve with this area-based approach. Hello, everyone.
Question, because I think maybe we should establish certain differences stemming from the dynamics and the structures, both the government and the state, and also the civil society, what's in Latin America and the South Cone. In Chile, from the moment democracy arrived, very soon the convention was ratified. There was a change in paradigm. Children and adolescents were subject to respecting the rights, and very fast the 182 convention was ratified, and there was some work, speedy work, to eradicate child labor, even in the worst forms. And in Chile, child labor has been a very visible problem, and from the civil society, we have worked a lot to include this in the agenda, the country's agenda. From the from the joint perspective, there was a ministerial committee made up by state agencies and institutions and incorporates this option to be this only NGO participating in this space. We have a very important role, which is actually also a challenge. The measurements of the reality of child labor in Chile go back to 2012. There's no new measurement. It's true that we've been preparing new data, and from the regional reality, there's just little information compared to what you have in the country as to how to focus your efforts. In 2012, 290,000 people were within the context of child labor, with 90,000 children less than 14 years of age. This is actually a very relevant and shocking reality. And this survey of 2012, called EANA, measured working at home also, which is mainly developed by girls and adolescents. From 2015 until 2025, there will be and have been different strategies built around four fundamental axes, as eliminating the poverty cycle, covering aspects regarding education, also working on social tolerance of child labor, and information and knowledge. What's the analysis then? If it's true, there's been important contributions from the central committee that's been developing these guidelines. It generates an impact in the region, which is the way that Chile is differentiated. And there are awareness measurements hand in hand with the civil society. But nonetheless, there are many regions or areas which do not really know where to focus or where to start, not only to make this more transparent, but having more concrete interventions. And another aspect that I would like to mention, to share the mic then with the other colleagues, there are actions, but there's no concrete measurement to actually know how they affect or impact in reducing child labor in our country. I think that these are very important aspects, and when we get the information from the new survey, I think that we will be sure and in a better position to inform. This will gather more information, and there's something that we've been working on since last year, since specifically these two past years, that has to do with having a more localized work with the communities and among different generations. We have designed models with the participation of schools and workshops where both boys and girls build a different perspective, how collaborating at home, maybe considering their parents, it might allow girls be freed from this space, which has not been well recognized or acknowledged, while they care for their younger brothers or sisters. And this means that they will bring money to their home, but there's more recognition. We also need to see those mothers which were also caretakers. And this is something that happened in Chile. We've been there also carrying out more localized work hand in hand with these spaces, which are the regional committees against child labor. So this is in a nutshell what I wanted to share with you. We agree here regarding the comments by David and also what Lorena says here. We have this issue of information that is necessary to build more timely interventions, which will actually create an effect. But Lorena has mentioned something that's important, and it's the participation of different stakeholders. We have in our panel also Viviana. Viviana Doval, she represents the Confederation of Workers, CETERA in Spanish. Viviana Doval has been participating on child labor topics, and she coordinates the march in Argentina. She could maybe explain what's the role, or how has this role been, and the support that the union movement had in the eradication of child labor. What is this contribution that you could give us? Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for giving me this space. Actually, it's much more complicated to speak about Argentina. I represent the union movement, but in Argentina, the Global March is made up by 3 organizations: our union organization and 2 NGOs. The Center for Participation in Favor of Peacemaking and Human Resources. This is a voluntary contribution, and another agency in Argentina, DINA, and we all work jointly. I just wanted to explain this difference because I also represent the march in Argentina. Regarding the contribution of the union movement, I can say that in Argentina, we've been working for more than 20 years around this topic. Some of them started in 95, like the CGT with Susana San Domingo, and others like in 1998 with Carola Brales, also a very special person. The union movement in Argentina has a particular characteristic. We've been working jointly since 2000, the 2 or 3 unions now, because the reality, that changes. And some unions from sectors having more labor, like rural areas and other types of labor. Not only we work throughout the whole country, but we also help in campaigning, because there are other unions having more resources and they do this. And there's also training, ongoing training that we provide. But not only this, the articulation in the areas with the social organization. The march in Argentina is an example that beyond the problems we might have and the differences we might have, we can leave this aside to pursue common goals and to solve certain problems we might encounter and work together at the same time. Anyhow, the union movement has as a basic premise to work in favor of decent labor, decent work for adults, and quality education for children and adolescents, like eradication. Sometimes we do not agree because of some issues with some NGOs, because apart from making this march, we are also in an Argentinian platform for the monitoring. For monitoring purposes. Sometimes we do not agree, but we are always striving to agree on certain issues. I would like to clarify that the union movement has a lot to contribute. We travel out and we know that there are still a lot of things to be done, and we are working very emphatically in local coordination. Well, thank you very much, Viviana. This is so important, identifying differences, but building agreements from these differences to find commonalities and things that will lead us to work more effectively. The Global March is also present in Argentina, in Peru, and in our panel, we have Isaac Ruiz. He's also a representative of the Global March with a lot of experience on this topic. And I have seen this firsthand. I have shared the beauties of the work that they did from CSEP. I would like to ask Isaac now, building on this experience, what could be these distinctive characteristics between the interventions on child labor, but also based on different areas, if it's urban, if it's rural, what from your experience could be these observations? Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. Thank you, Katia. Before answering your question, I would like to set the context somehow. As the civil society that we represent, and I think that we share this with all the civil society organizations working on child labor, we've been working for quite a long time now with an area-based approach because it complies with the different characteristics this approach has, meaning that this happens in a given area or territory, that it tackles the concrete problem to be faced. It works with the stakeholders in the area. And in our case, and I think that in many other cases as well, we start from a perspective that considers respecting all the rights. The rights approach means, first of all, that we need to recognize the rights for all the boys and girls living in the area on an equal basis. And it also implies that they are subject to rights. They can act upon and do things regarding their problem. They not only are passive receivers of services, but they are also actors and stakeholders which are valuable and can do something. The other aspect of this approach is that they are holders of rights, but also they are guarantors of these rights. And the main guarantors of these rights is the state. It's the public institutions which intervene, the municipality, the schools, the health services, and also the protection services. This is very important, and something that we have to consider first is that we have a group of stakeholders in the area. The second aspect is that we understand child labor as a multi-cause problem, meaning that there are different factors underlying this reality: social, economic, institutional, and hence the solutions have to be comprehensive, integrated. They have to consider all of these aspects if they are supposed to work, and needs to consider all the stakeholders that are involved. It could be economic, social, institutional. It is important to discuss culture, the culture that exists in the area vis-a-vis child labor, how this is being seen and how this is being interpreted and understood. The strategies have to do basically with this main factor. A first strategy has to do with making this visible. This is even much stronger in the rural area. Some years ago, this was not like this, but in the past years, in the rural area, they are keeping this outlook that is somehow positive versus what happens in the urban area, where little by little we start to understand better, the households, the stakeholders understand better that child labor is a way to violate their rights. A second strategy has to do with capacity building of the stakeholders. That is, boys, girls, adolescents, heads of household, community leaders, community groups, and schools, teachers, why not? The population at large, at the public institutions and public servants, those who work in the area. A third strategy has to do with the articulation among these stakeholders in finding ways to coordinate, to actually work in network, meaning that we are all doing something, but from our own role, meaning that from our own trench, our own responsibility or obligation, we are doing something. So we will be supplementing our activities and contributing in a much more powerful way to reducing those factors which underlie the child labor reality and the promotion of mechanisms to act accordingly, community mechanisms, institutional mechanisms, in such a way that there might be concrete alternatives for childhood and for their households and families. The accomplishments in general, first, we've managed to reduce child labor. That's a reality. I'm basically referring to experiences in Lima, in urban areas, and also an experience that's been developed in Piura, in the cotton producing area in Catacaos. Milagros Macias is here. She's a representative of the Serpeti in Piura, with whom, well, we'll actually shared a lot of work in Piura. And in Lima, there are areas which were characterized by a high presence of child labor. Huachipa in Lurigancho, Chosica, there was a big cluster of boys and girls working there on bricks, and Caraballo, with a good number of boys and girls and teenagers working on recycling, like sorting out debris in the trash to then use them as inputs to produce other products or goods. First, reducing child labor in these three areas, and also there was an increase in access and permanence at school of children and adolescents. That's the main accomplishments, I would say. And I'm sorry, I'm taking more time. What are the differences now regarding all of them? I would say that economic factors from our own experience are much harder to tackle in the urban area, because the urban area is more intertwined, interconnected, and there are some activities which characterize a piece of territory, and not all the households are involved. It is quite diverse, and it is much harder to tackle the economic factors. We've had an experience in having increase of employability or technical capacities of adults of the household to favor the possibility of having less children working in the rural area. For instance, in Catacaos, agricultural labor is the labor there, and all of the families and households work on this sector. And well, at least this is in our experience. We need to tackle the intervention in a more direct way. And in the urban area, where we need to put more emphasis is in the institutional factors, I think, because the public institutions have to comply with their roles. And despite having policies and standards, this is not something that happens in practice, or it's partially complied with. There are other priorities. The attention is not fully paid to this problem. It is not considered an important violation of their rights. And oftentimes, this is where it all stops. Maybe this is one of the most important differences. There are some other stakeholders which are not living in the urban area, but rather the rural agricultural producers and the agribusiness companies, which are those with their production chain over there. And these two stakeholders become especially relevant in the rural area.
Thank you, Zach. Now, moving to the question about the challenges, we would like to know your suggestions. But in summary, we know that we need information, that we need to become more efficient, we need to have a laser vision to understand the differences and the opportunities that we have to intervene. It will allow us to understand the characteristic, and especially how the different stakeholders participate because this is an effort that requires a multi-focused approach. Everyone is playing to their strength, and we need to take action. We are going to do a round of Q&A. Is David online? Yes. Well, David. And well, there's a question for everyone, and it is, can you please share with us the recommendations? What is the matter that should be improved or borne in mind to have the area-based approach implemented? David, you have the floor. Hello, thank you. So the first thing is that the countries and regions that have not worked or they are starting to implement the phase 2 of seal risk, do that. You need to do that. Once you've made progress and once you've decided to do this, then implement the actions. Let me say, one of the great things that we saw in the phase 2 was establishing the seal risk. In the government sector, if you don't have something imposed by law, a law that defines the responsibilities of the public servants, maybe things happen. But we cannot leave the seal risk at the will of the employee or the public servant. Child labor, it's an important issue. We completed a rule. In the rules, we defined the experience that we gained in the phase 2. We materialized that in a public policy in order to give it continuity. We have the awareness campaign, raising awareness, and also the communication between the entities. There's a legal framework for the 3 levels of government, and we as a local government, the one that is in the front line, we have the responsibility of answering the queries of the citizens and facing the problems of the citizens and doing something about it. We have an interagency commission on child labor. In that commission, the different government agencies at the local level work together. Local governments must have a clear idea because we move easier and faster than the regional and national government. So that is great for us, and that is very important. Also, the business side. We are thinking about giving like a seal to the companies that are not employing children within their supply chain. We want to help them to build communications with the citizens. We want the citizens to go to those companies and be part of that supply chain. Another thing is trying to answer why is a child working. Sometimes the adults have issues and they want to make children work for them. They don't understand the damage they are causing to the child. And that is why, to address this, we have a regulation, and we are closing the cycle with a social economic model where cooperation will be the starting point for people to learn how to become self-employed, to have employment that is decent, that will allow them take action and remove children from the supply chain, and that is one way to tackle child labor. We want to raise awareness among the population. We want for companies to have business opportunities. There are many children working on the streets, and what we want to is to have more formal companies that can answer to this plight. Thank you, David. Now we will give the floor to my left hand side. So before answering the question, I'm going to give you the context in Argentina. The reality in Argentina has changed and is changing the way we think and the challenges that we face towards child labor eradication. Argentina is a large country, and therefore we have different realities. There's a lot of social and economic inequalities. Argentina is a country that have a great regulatory framework. We have been working on the framework for years, and it has allowed us to curb down child labor. But aside from that regulatory framework and very good public policies that allowed us to eradicate child labor, such as family allocation per child, that allowed us to have an impact on the households. And we have another program on secondary or high school programs. There were other policies that were focused on child labor eradication. The policies focus on the establishment and development of care centers. But the reality changed. Those that should guarantee the rights are the governments, and right now we don't have a middleman and a spokesperson with the government. The government is no longer in the meeting room. We understand that there is no clear political line. To the best of our knowledge, the liberal policies do not acknowledge children's rights. We are not their priority. So, Argentina is facing an important challenge. The entities and the sectors that are working towards the eradication of child labor and the protection of the work of youngsters are in a pickle. So we, as a civil society and the trade unions, are not throwing the towel. We are working. And I believe that, well, what can we do to improve the situation? Maybe we can improve the articulation with the territories. We can focus on the territories and listen to those working at the local level, civil society organizations, municipalities, churches, and so on. Anyone that wants to work on this will be listened to. We are working on the matters that are relevant, that are a priority for the locals. It's important that we, as a trade union movement, uh, work together with our members at the local level to have more impact at the local level, because in order to work better, we need colleagues that are trained, that have the theory and as well strategic tools. At the beginning of June, we had a federal meeting. Our colleagues received training. In the trainings, they prioritize the topics to be worked on with a focus on the local needs. I hope that I have responded to your questions. Lorena, do you have a question? First, Opción is an NGO that promotes children's rights. We were formed in 1990s and we are part of the Global March since 96. That is something that I wanted to mention. What can we improve? Well, I thought about the territorial approach or the area-based approach that we have been talking about. We need to have actions that are relevant to the local area. And in that regard, it's essential to address the causes. We see multiple causes, and one of them is the social rights. In our countries, we have made progress regarding social rights, but there's no difference because child labor has to do with a context of exclusion. People that are not having access to social rights, and at the territorial level, a country should make progress to have a smooth connection between the different networks, that is household, health, education, to improve the access to social rights of children and adolescents. For Chile, there's another matter that is important, and maybe you will see that in the household survey. And it has to do with the emergency situation. Since 2018, Chile observed an increase of migrations. Many children came with the migration, and they are living in certain contexts. And we believe that the situation had been overcome in those areas where they are, but now we are seeing in a setback. So we see how migrant families are working in certain situations. They need to have a formal approach. Um, and sometimes the child labor is concealed. It's important for us to see in the context the possibility of detecting child labor early on. We also see the possibility of changing the cultural mindset. We need to consider other challenges in child labor. For example, how girls and teenagers have been working as the caretakers of their siblings, creating child labor in the household situation. I know that we will have important information regarding the reality of girls and adolescents in their households soon. And we are thinking about what can we do about that in Chile. Thank you very much, Lorena. Isaac, you have the floor. Okay, so regarding challenges, in the case of Peru, the first challenge that we see is to have a public policy for the prevention and eradication of child labor. We used to have a national strategy 2012-2021, but from 2021 onwards, we don't have a legal framework that guide the policy and that allow us to have a greater articulation between the sectors. So as I said, the policy is not there. They are building it, but that is taking way too long. So we need to speed up that process in order for us to have a public policy that will allow us to design services with enough budget allocated. The allocation of budget is an issue because if we don't have a budget, there's no political willingness, there's no way to execute. Where is the political willingness when they allocate the money, when they earmark the budget? So that is key. We need to have policies as well as budget. By doing so, we will be able to increase the direct services provided. The civil society has experiences that will contribute to the identification of services that will effectively tackle child labor directly, so that children and adolescents will be directly impacted. Now, in Peru, we have social protection programs like Juntos. Juntos is now being deployed to the urban areas, but this is a program that does not have as a goal the reduction of child labor, and that is something that has been raised to the Ministry of Development, because this is a cash transfer program that is aiming mothers, and maybe the children are being benefited by the transfer of resources, but they are still working. Nobody is controlling if the program is serving the purpose. If this is a goal, then maybe we can measure it and have a greater impact, among other things, of course. Now, as well, we have another challenge. There are other government sectors that should have more involvement in the prevention and care of child labor. The policy should be more than a national policy. Let me say, policies that is focusing on the Ministry of Labor is kind of short-sighted. The policy should cut across other sectors' policies. For example, another sector that should be delving in this is the education sector. The other is the Ministry of Agriculture. Agriculture represents the area that has most child labor. For example, family agriculture or farming has a lot of children employed. But this is not covered as a key element to curb down child labor. And that should be one of the mainstays of the policy. And then we have the Ministry of Development, the MIDIs. For them, there is no child labor, and they should have it as one of their lines of work, as it is education and health. In that regard, I believe that there are several elements in the public policies that should be enhanced. Thank you very much, Isaac.
Making child labor particularly visible. We need to make this visible for what comes next. That is denaturalizing it, making us aware that this is not an activity that is harmless. It actually is harmful. And what we need here is to have active policies, articulation of stakeholders, capacity building. For the third point that we all agree, and that is we are trying to institutionalize these policies, looking for policies that will be there when they are necessary. Despite institutional changes, this vision will remain of right protection. Services will increase as well, and there will be strengthening of the protection of boys, girls, and adolescents. To summarize what we have shared in this panel, we would like to thank our panel members for their experience, because this has contributed a great deal. David from Mexico, with all the difficulties in weather, He is being there anyhow, and we invite you now to move on to the next panel. Thank you. Before moving on to the next panel, we wanted to offer you some token of our appreciation. This is a child-free coffee as we did before. Is this on? Well, thank you. Thank you very much to all of you who participated in the first panel. I would like to invite our guests for panel 2 and the moderator as well. Well, we now start our second panel of the day. Is there anyone missing? Exploring the relationship and its impacts between territorial interventions and global demands. This will be in charge of Ángela Solano, who's an expert from the March. Thank you. Well, thank you very much and happy morning. We are still, well, I think that we are running a little bit late. Good morning, everyone. In this panel, we have 5 panelists. We see 3, but we have other people who are remotely connected. We will have to run, I think, more than we had anticipated, and I'm sorry with the panelists, but maybe your presentations will be cut short to give time to the other panelists. This panel will be discussing the applied uses of the territorial approach to address global demands for the prevention and eradication of child labor. We will explore the relationship and its impacts between the area-based interventions and approaches. Some of these examples have been already heard about in the first panel, and the global demands such as supply chain, social responsibility, sustainable trade, and others. I don't know if you've taken a look at the agenda. For those of you for those of you who don't know, we have the agenda. If you scan the QR code, and you might wonder what's going on here. We have the European Union and we have the Caribbean. And when we speak about a globalized world where supply chains are global as well, we can see that the demand of products and consumption in general prevails over the human rights and children rights. Even if we don't want to, even if we are having just a cup of coffee, no, this not this coffee, not this child labor-free coffee. Where is this coffee coming from? From a local producer, maybe a household. This will go through different steps and peoples and hands and companies. It might leave to the Netherlands through any means of transportation, if you will, and then you will drink your coffee, and we will have different perspectives of what a cup of coffee is that goes from local to global and global to local. Child labor is actually a global problem. And we have heard that in agriculture, 70% of child labor is where it is focused on the products that we produce more in Latin America and the Caribbean are exported largely to the US and Europe. So when we speak about articulating actors, not only we can focus on stakeholders in our own countries, but we have to involve other stakeholders in other parts of the world. And this is where the collaboration needs to be. So I will start and kick off this panel right away. We will speak about this global approach, this global to local and local to global relationship with a prioritized right approach, and how these global demands have also an impact on the areas of families, households, and our boys, girls, and adolescents. We will start with Chiara Bellini. She works in the European Commission for more than 15 years in issues regarding governance, social protection. Chiara, welcome to the panel. We would like to ask you, how do you value the relationship between these global contexts and Europe, of course, which give responsibility to the companies to respect the environmental and human rights, and maybe why not relate to an institution to protect these rights? Thank you very much to all of you, and thank you very much for giving me this space and for the question. Why not explain about what's going on in Europe and see what could be the contribution of the regional contributions? Well, now we have recently approved the standards, and in this sense, with these guidelines, we made important progress to integrate this aspect related to human rights, eradication of child labor and forced labor, and even environmental rights in perspective. I would like to mention two European directives which have a direct impact on this topic, as you mentioned. Forced labor is one of them, which has been approved this year, very recently, and will be applied during the coming 3 years. And this standard prohibits the entry of products that come from forced labor. I think this is a very important standard in this sense. And the other standard or directive that you were mentioning before is the one on the due diligence for social corporate responsibility by the enterprises. This is also a standard that imposes the mandate to survey that these global chains, both in Europe and outside of Europe, their suppliers and vendors need to respect human rights, the rights of children, and of course, child labor will be prohibited in these companies that export to the European market. This due diligence is the first standard. The one on forced labor is the second one, and they create an obligation to make sure that human rights are being respected. And this is something that is actually a reality. This is a novelty of it all. This is a responsibility of the company to undertake this due diligence to make sure they are complying with international laws. So these are innovative instruments, those that we have now, and they are a step forward towards compliance of international standards. They have to respect these conditions and the sustainable development goals as well. And these are important tools which will contribute to the eradication of child labor at the companies. They are strongly binding as well. As I was telling, the importer will have to declare that the product that is being exported or produced in Europe, because this is something that applies to European companies as well, is free from child labor. And there are legal sanctions, even which might be imposed whenever the company has not proven that they had identified the risks and the origins correctly. Everything is not perfect, as we know, and there are big challenges in the application of due diligence approaches, both in Europe and in Peru and in the countries where they will need to be applied. So these standards will not be applied overnight. This will be a step-by-step process, a gradual process for companies to gradually apply these standards accordingly. Now, some of the challenges that we have in Peru, and we've heard before, an important challenge, I think it's a high informality level. This makes everything difficult. We cannot have traceability systems and we cannot have social and corporate responsibility. Another challenge that we have is the polarization among all the different stakeholders, and this hinders the achievement of consensus. And you mentioned this before, the way that the industries operate, the extractive industries, the mining industry, and the agricultural sector as well in Peru, but not here only, in other parts of the world as well. And here comes the question, how can you contribute locally by way of area-based approaches? I think that there are four interventions to consider where they might create a favorable environment. The first aspect to consider was mentioned in the morning, and that is to carry out an analysis of the risks focused on the reality of the area to accompany in the process throughout. And I think that we already have very valuable tools here in Peru that are being developed, that are being applied. We have supported from the European Union, and we heard this morning, and I think that tomorrow we'll have a presentation on the implementation of the municipal model for the eradication of child labor. So we believe that this is something very interesting, and this is a territorial, an area-based approach, which is related to the strengthening of municipal governments which can do this job. Another approach where I think the area-based approach can contribute is monitoring of the companies to generate the right environment, an adequate environment. The integrated centers of Formaliza Peru, these are centers for the protection of employment that are supporting the formalization of companies on the one hand and employees on the other hand for a dignified job. And many of the services that these centers can provide can support in the certification or recertification at the local level as well. And a third point might be generating incentives for sustainable jobs. We are thinking about the label that we mentioned before, the child labor-free label, to support the inclusion of vulnerable population. And then we have another aspect, which is that of socializing and raising awareness inside the company and the civil society about the benefits of having a fairer environment and the one that respects the rights of children. There's a collaboration with surveillance committees that respect human rights, in particular in Piura, Cajamarca, and Ica. These are some of my talking points and some of the examples that we've been implementing in Peru that I think can strengthen themselves in the coming years. Well, thank you very much. Now, what I can take from your presentation, well, the first panel we discussed a lot about government responsibility, always meaning that we have to be all responsible. Within this commercial vision, we will focus a little bit more on the corporate social responsibility. We now have sipped our coffee in Europe. Now we are getting to the port of the Netherlands, where most of the products arrive. This is one of the largest ports in Rotterdam. There's a, let's imagine that there's a shipment with coffee, and there's Jimena Delgado, representative, Giraldo, I'm sorry, she says. Are you connected? Well, she connected? She's the one in charge. She's the cultural attaché of the Netherlands. Marta is here. I don't know if Jimena is out there. Can you hear me, Jimena? We have the advantage of having other colleagues online from other parts of the world. Hello, Jimena. She wanted to be here with us, but unfortunately, she was somehow sick and she couldn't be here. So she's online from home. Thank you, Jimena, for being here with us. Jimena, I wanted to ask you about the role of the Netherlands in the fight against child labor, thinking about the 8.7 Alliance context. Marco mentioned this. The Netherlands is also part of this alliance as a pathfinder country, as well as other countries that are here. Could you please share your experience and how's this connection with interventions for the prevention and eradication of child labor? Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm sorry that I cannot join you there. Indeed, the Netherlands government has a commitment in this fight against child labor, and this has an historical background. That is that in the Industrial Revolution in the Netherlands, there were 3 million people and 500,000 children from 6 to 11 years of age were working at the factories. They needed to work for the reconstruction process. So throughout this process, we started to evaluate that the inclusion of children in the labor world had series of negative impacts. And you know about them very well. Children prevented children from going to school. They missed out on a proper education. So adult workers felt they were replaced by children who worked for less money. Politician Samuel van Houten was the first to act. He passed the Child Labor Act through the Dutch Parliament in 1874. The law banned children under the age of 12 from working in factories. It took 8 years for the Dutch government to install a factory inspection system that enforced the child labor law. In 2019, the Dutch Senate adopted the Child Labor Due Diligence Act. This law obliges companies to verify whether child labor occurs in their supply chain. So not only should we worry for not having child labor, but this should also be something present in the supply chain of the products and services that will get to the Netherlands. This 2019 standard is much more stringent and it urges to do a little bit more exploration and research in the local treatment of the problem. So the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation, what it did was to channel through the Dutch Enterprise Agency that is known by RVO in charge of the Fund Against Child Labor. It's known as the FBK, and what it strives is to connect this need to have research and investigation to affect both the company and the vendors. To apply to this fund, what the state is asking for is to have an association between a Dutch company providing services, a local company on the area, on the land that should be working at the same space, and a civil society stakeholder. Could be a school, it could be a municipality, or it could be an authority in general. So there should be these three partners to opt for the funds provided by the Netherlands. If after this investigation there are risk situations or something where child labor could be a problem, there's a work plan to be established to better design improvements in the short term. This is, in a nutshell, the commitment that the Netherlands has with this fund against child labor. So at a global level, it directly affects the supply chains of. So this is the port of entry through the Rotterdam port, and they're coming from Latin America and Africa of products that are consumed in the European market. This gives us more wings to try to encourage that everything that comes free from child labor is prioritized. Well, thank you very much for your participation, and thank you very much for highlighting the role of cooperation. It's also cooperation of non-producing countries, only consumers from the Northern Hemisphere, where there's a lot of interest for having products arriving in the European markets that are free from child labor. I think that this relationship that we want to establish in the panel between local and global will be reflected in the different interventions. Thank you very much, Jimena. We'll come back to you shortly. We have already drank the coffee from Rotterdam in our mental map. We are now using a ship that is sailing from Guatemala. So here we'll have a conversation with Marta Villagran. She's been working in project implementation for a long time for sustainable development, and she has a lot of experience in Funcafe. Marta is also virtually connected. I think that you're here, Marta. Yeah, you are there. Hello. Greetings from Guatemala. Thank you very much for being with us. What do you consider are the advantages and the challenges of including territorial intervention that are focused on the prevention and eradication of child labor in the social and corporate responsibility of the companies? Here, we are talking about a company. I think that we have discussed a lot about the tools that are used to monitor child labor. The advantages of using these tools, as has been said in the first panel, we have the chance to identify where we have the risks of having this scorch. As a productive sector, what these tools facilitates, apart from everything, is to relate the producer with the buyer, meaning that we have a liaison between them, and we create this direct relationship where both the producer and the sector represented by us, Funcafe and Acafe, the exporters and the importers, and all of us participate in the design of adequate strategies to tackle this risk. This is a big advantage. So considering these stakeholders, since us as productive sectors, we have to respect the human rights. Our duty is to respect human rights. And I'm sorry, I think that I froze. As participants of these communities, we are not guaranteeing the rights, but we are respecting the rights. And this is how we are going above to guarantee these rights through the municipalities, through the ministries of education and the municipality, and we together establish these strategies. What is the advantage of all this? Because we can create a strategy and we can tackle this problem depending on the culture of the place where the intervention is being held. We can speak the same language, we can speak at the right time where this timely intervention is needed. We have a lot, we are focusing a lot on the harvest season where most of the children are on vacation from school. So this is where the risks gets higher, and also there we can create strategies for the families that are migrating from one place to another, from one department to another, to indeed tackle these families who are living in a different place. And we have cases of families speaking one language, they move to another part of the country where another language is spoken. This is actually a big challenge, but thanks to the participation of the municipalities and the Ministry of Education, we can effectively tackle and work with these children. This is one advantage. And one of the big challenges that we have is to let them understand what is and what is not child labor. We, as children, might all have probably worked at home sometime, but it is important to establish the difference of what is and what is not child labor. In this representation of coffee in Guatemala, what we did is to work with the auditing companies by explaining them what is the context, reminding them what is child labor.
We are explaining that the child
Is
is
being cared for at a shelter, that they are
they are
not
not
working, or if we have a minor that has a minimum age to do certain activities, we remind the auditors that this is a job that is suitable for the child. We will not say that we are perfect, otherwise, we wouldn't have 70% of child labor. We have an important challenge that we need to acknowledge, and that is that there what is child labor and what's not child labor is totally misunderstood. We need to address this topic effectively together with institutions such as ILO, the governments, local, central, and national governments with the Chamber of Commerce so that we can respect and have a clear idea of what means child labor, which are the activities that affect the integrity and the education of children, and what are those activities that hinder the children's future. In Guatemala, we're working for the education of children, and we need to have children centers so that children can go to those centers to study and have fun while their parents are working in the field. These shelters are located in private farms, local schools that are facilitated by the Ministry of Education, because these are centers should protect children, keep them safe, well nourished, and served by professionals. It will allow parents to do their economic activity, to transport, to harvest, transform, and export coffee. Yes, there's still a long way for us, but we want to be the link between the producer and the buyer. We want to create the proper environment for everyone to build strategies that will strengthen the comprehensive development of children. It's a development that will make children have enough skills and strength to suitable develop in the school setting, and when the time comes this child could work perfectly in the workplace. We also have strategies to address malnutrition, because a child that is well nourished can perform well at school and also later on in another setting. A child that is healthy, that is receiving health care, can also be more happy. They have energy, they will perform better in school, and they increase their capacity to learn and to enjoy the environment where they are developing. The advantage of have a local approach is that we can effectively address specific situations in the territory regarding language, age. Sorry, I had another issue. So, as I said, we can address time, language, and provide them with tools, and also have other institutions engaged to protect and guarantee the compliance of the rights. The main challenge is to understand what is child labor and what is not. That is a pending item in the agenda. We need to convey that knowledge on what constitutes child labor. That will help us a lot uh, in every institution that is tackling this scourge. And I would like to take opportunity of this space to greet you and thank you for giving us the opportunity to address the public and private sector on the matter. This is an opportunity for all to have to join hands and work from the president of the executive of the board down to the person that is, for example, providing security services. Everyone has to have their hands on deck to battle this scourge through specific policies addressing the matter, and also these kind of activities. Everyone, institutions and organizations should be mindful that it's important to be part of the strategy. We have this as a sector policy. We have an ethic code, a code of conduct, and also internal rules. Everyone is working together to tackle child labor. We need that strategy to battle the scourge locally and globally. Thank you very much. Now, I would love for you to listen to the round of applause. Well, as you said, corporate social responsibility. All companies are committed not only by doing a due diligence, because uh, once they are working, they have the duty. Once they have this social responsible conduct, that conduct should be part of the company's DNA. It's a commercial effort that companies must do. And also, unions, producers, and so on, when they connect buyers to producers, they must observe social responsibility. Now we have Maria Belén Rivas. She has many years of experience in organizations from the private sector, NGOs, and public organizations. Currently, she's leading the sustainability division of Peruvian agrarian sectors, and she's addressing sustainability issues in the farming sector of Peru. Thank you, Maria Belén. Now, I would like to ask you a question that is similar to that of Marta. There are certain commonalities and maybe there are certain differences, but that can be drawn from the Peruvian and Guatemalan context. Can you tell us what are the differences between the organizations that you represent and those that the previous speaker talked about? I would like to know what are the challenges that farmers are facing, especially in Peruvian sector, vis-a-vis the new trade demands. We see that there are demands from Europe and from the world, and how do they connect to local initiative that wants to highlight the social and human aspect of the prevention and eradication of child labor? Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon. Gabriel Amaro sent you the greetings. He's the president of ADAP, and I'm here with you I'm very happy to meet my colleagues from CECIP. When I was a university student, I met them, and I'm very happy to see that they are working on the prevention of child labor. As representative of the farming and agribusiness sector of Peru, there are two key challenges for the eradication and prevention of child labor, and they have to do with the macro and structural point of view. For example, we are promoting formality and competitiveness of the farming sector. We believe that is one of the key axles because companies need to implement responsible code of conduct. Formal companies can tackle child labor. They have clear guidelines. They are complying with the local laws. The local law does not allow for child labor. While we promote formality, then we will promote the eradication of child labor. As a sector, we have a clear standing, we have a clear goal, and that is to modernize farming. That means that today's modern agrarian chain needs to evolve. The small farmers have practices, for example, that don't always apply to the prevention of child labor. So we are promoting the eradication of child labor in both ways. We want to see more initiative because agribusiness companies to have code of conduct, and we want to see them aligned to international code standards. They have to meet certain criteria on the prevention and eradication of child labor. For example, global gap certification, the SMITA, we have fair trade certification, LETI, among other certifications. They entail auditing. Therefore, companies have to have clear policies and procedures to prevent child labor. This is prevented not only in the company but also throughout the supply chain. So now their contract clauses include information on the prevention of child labor in their supply chain. It's important as well to understand that there's a cultural factor to it. It's an important one. We need to have a cultural vision because in certain communities, child labor is positive. And to fight against that vision or have this approach focus on the human being can be um, misunderstood. If it's ethnocentric point of view, for may not be as good, but for certain communities, it's important to have children in the supply chain or in the farming, family farming business, and so municipal governments, through their management of social development and social and human development, need to follow up those practices. From the agribusiness and entrepreneurial point of view, there's traceability in the supply chain thanks to the certifications they have. Also, it's important from the point of view of community relationships because communities and companies are paying attention to the synergies and the situations that are happening at the community level. Now, going back to the need of promoting formality. We must say that it's important. At the beginning of the year, the Central Bank of Peru stated that over 100,000 formal employees were lost due to the crisis because there is a lack of legal framework. If we don't have a legislation that promotes employment, then there's impact on investment, and because there's no investment, then there is no formal employment. When there is no formal employment, there's no policy that can be overseen or anything. So we need to address that, so we need to bear that in mind. Now, companies are implementing CSR and are responsible con- conduct, and they are aligning to international standard. For example, reporting green. Reporting green measures how well the company is adapting to the new child labor laws, for example. This is something that I wanted to say, and thank you very much for the opportunity of speaking. Thank you. Well, I want to highlight something about your presentation. Some of the points you raised were topics that we addressed previously. The society demands in certain things, and there are certain needs in the social needing that are needed, and we need to understand that sometimes people um, make it like a demon. Child labor is like a demon, but it's not always like that. So we need to know the options and models that we have available at the territory level to make progress, to open the path for decent work in a society or community. Sometimes we observe vulnerable situations. We see people in farming communities far or remote areas in exposed to the situation. We see that in this route of the pathway of the coffee, I don't right now I'm don't know where is the Peruvian coffee maker. Oh, Villarrica. Let's go to Villarrica, where Peru grows coffee, and we have Anibal Borda. He's agribusiness engineer. He has over 25 years of experience in the promotion of employment in rural areas. He's working on public policies for the promotion and prevention of child labor. He's a coordinator of the AM development, and he's going to tell us more about the local aspects of the production of coffee. There are several agricultural productive chains that are using this area-based approach for curbing down child labor. Can you please tell us how is civil society contributing to the territorial intervention, especially those focused on the agricultural supply chain, and which are the challenges that they face? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. After reading a little bit, Ban Ki-moon said that the civil society role is to give oxygen to democracy, while Ban Ki-moon gave us different roles to civil society. He said that we need to promote the civil and economic development of society, and as a civil society, especially in an area that is very peculiar, that is the agricultural and farming sector. In the morning, we listened to the representative of the labor ministry. He said that child labor in Peru is mostly found in the farming sector, in the rural area, and most people in the rural areas work on agriculture. Therefore, the main source of child labor in Peru is agriculture. Peru is a country that exports a lot of farming goods. And so, there are large companies that are organized that meet certain parameters to export their goods, but there's also a large sector in the farming production that comes or is engaged in family agriculture. So we need to believe that 97% of the farming units in Peru are handled by family farmers. And what do? Well, they grow coffee, cocoa, avocado, and main agribusiness products. And therefore, we have a role to play. we need to propose actions, and I'll try to explain them briefly. First, we need to raise awareness and socialize information. How can we explain to the farmers that due diligence is necessary to meet European standards? How can we explain to them the code of children and adolescents and so on? We need to give it new words and put it in simple terms so that they can internalize that information, and that is the work that we are doing. Sometimes there is no information because there are limitations to the regulations. For example, how do we know if they get their hands on uh, a certain agricultural element? So the production, well, we need to research and we need to understand. All stakeholders must be involved. We work with the productive change and analyze where is child labor located. And they see it that it's all the way through, from harvest through the export. So it's important to have the contributions of all sectors. We are seeing that we have farming agencies, the Ministry of Labor here in Lima, providing us with guidelines, and therefore we need a feedback loop so that people can have information, do research, and after that build and create alternate actions and bring about pilot projects that will allow us to understand and digest all the needs and others that we are seeing. Well, we have 22 FTAs in Peru. Five of them demand Peru to produce without child labor. How can we do that? Well, the government needs to be prepared for that, but this is something that is going to take place little by little. We will find our way little by little. So we designed and proposed an agricultural model free of child labor. That model was became a public policy led by the Ministry of Labor. They are leaders at national level. So we have a label that's child labor free. So this is not a private label, but a seal that is provided by the government of Peru. So I believe that the Peruvian government was a visionary in the implementation of this policy because they led the way of due diligence regulation that is being talked about in Europe. They are saying that the global trade will have more stringent requirements, that they are going to monitor certain labor conditions. So now we're getting ahead. And this is special. Most of the child labor is in the family farming area. We find coffee cooperative associations and avocado associations and the like. But not all cooperative or associations have the money to pay for a certification. A certification means paying for certain services, and in order to have access to certain markets you need to have a guarantee, a seal, and that seal will cost about $1,500. And so what we want to highlight is that this child seal is a guarantee that the government provides to those producers that cannot pay that amount for a seal. That is like good practice. There are countries that have a seal that is similar, and some of you are sitting here. We have women's cooperative, and I think there's one representative, and they have a very good coffee. And of course, there are challenges. There are important challenges. For example, how can the Peruvian state mass uh, deliver to the masses this public policy? Well, sometimes we believe that the government is not spared in providing technical farming assistance. So we're working together with the Ministry of Agriculture so that they can include this seal of work free of child labor. We are talking with the Ministry of Foreign Trade so that they can advertise those organizations that have the seal so that they can sell their products up overseas. We are an exporting country. We export a lot and we want to share to the world that we have corporate social responsibility and that, well, I don't want to talk much about this because then I will speak more than I should, and the time is of the essence. Thank you very much. Now, I have sad news. You know that time is running out, and we still have a panel. We are going to do a quick round. I want to wrap. I want you to wrap up with one phrase. Give me one idea. What do we need to stop child labor? Just one phrase. Articulate the different levels. We need to have an articulation between the public and private sector and also make visible what you've shared today. The experiences that you've shared are extremely valuable, and it's important to make them visible so that we can roll this at a national level. We'll need to strengthen this. Maria Belén, you have the floor. Thank you. Promote the formality of the Peruvian sector and modernize agriculture. Thank you, Aníbal. All sectors plus civil society must join hand on deck to boost the agricultural sector. Jimena, you have the floor. Okay, just a moment. Now, can you hear me? Yes. Ensure the traceability of products and services that we are using to guarantee that the entire chain is sustainable and that is free of child labor. Marta, thank you. As I was saying, involve all members of the private sector from the board down to the person that is at the door opening and the security guard. Everyone must join hands to prevent child labor. Thank you. Now, I think that we want to see that connection to the trade side. We want to highlight that corporate social responsibility must be competitive, that but must never go against human rights. The family farming activities should contribute to decent eradication of child labor, decent work. The entire community must play a starring role in this. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that we are behind schedule. Yes, we are going to give every panel member a bag of coffee free of child labor. So, once again, thank you very much. Next panel, please. Well, I welcome the representative of the third panel. I believe I am missing someone. Now let us begin panel 3. It's the articulation of stakeholders to have more effective interventions and policies for a area-based approach. Maria Gloria Barrero, Executive Director of Self-Management, will take the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Once again, thank you for being here. We are going to bring this to the best end. Panel 3 has to do with the articulation of stakeholders. Without the organizations or associations and public and private institutions, without the children, uh, if we not work together in an articulated fashion, then it's going to be impossible. We will not attain the eradication and prevention of child labor. As Marco was saying in the morning, we need to think on the articulation and coordination as well as the participation or engagement of the traditional stakeholders. How can we work about this in a farming area, but also how can we organize the communities and growers? How can we do this if we don't have the regional government and local governments involved in this, as well as workers and workers associations? Sometimes we don't think alike. Sometimes we have different thoughts and points of view. We have a cultural environment that is different from the rest of the world. So we need to sit down and talk today. And we have a panel member. We have national and international panel members. We have people from the area and from overseas. So I'll take a couple of minutes to introduce them. Children should be here present, aren't they? Shouldn't they? They are at the core of our efforts. We are doing everything for them. We are thinking about policies and strategies. And here we have the pleasure of having Mayra Lucero. Yes, I'm sorry. She came from Piura, but her colleague lost her flight. That's unfortunate. But we have Mayra here. Mayra is from Ventanilla. It's a district in Peru. She's a student, and she says that she likes to play soccer and basketball. Yes, I'm not tall, but I am feisty. So I want to introduce you first, and then we will ask the question. And she's member of CONA. CONA is a consulting council for children and adolescents. So while she's going to school, she thinks about how to improve the situation of children and adolescents. Thank you very much for saying señorita to me. Then we have the representative of the regional government. We have Carol Contreras representing the regional. Oh, sorry. Nadira is joining us online. Thank you, Jadira, for joining us. She is in Piura. She is a representative and worked actively in Piura's CONA, which is the council, and she's one of the few students of Peru that likes to study math. Do you really like math? Well, first of all, good morning to everyone. I love math, and I am performing very well in that subject. Perfect. So now let us go to Lima. Here we have Carol. Carol is an attorney. She's the director of fundamental rights in the regional directorate of Lima and provinces, and she's a technical secretary of the RC Petty. She has over 12 years of experience in public administration, and She has two children now going to the university and a young one that is only 9 years old. To my left hand side, we have Paola. Paola Ekuskiza is representative of the Central Union of Workers in Peru. She's a member of Sevepeti. She has many other positions, and if we continue talking, then we will not break for lunch. So now I would like to also talk about other international guests that we have here. We have a representative from Brazil. We are pleased to have here Katerina Volkov. She has a PhD in science from the São Paulo University. She has a postgraduate degree. I believe that you have spent your life studying. Yes, she's a researcher, she's professor, and currently she is executive secretary of the National Forum on the Prevention and Eradication of Child Labor and in Brasilia, Brazil. She's going to share with us a specific articulation and coordination experience. Then we have one male in the panel. Thank you, Patricio Cabezas. He is from Argentina. He comes from the Center for Peace and Human Rights Participation. It's an organization that is part of Global March. Patricio, he is a tireless educator. He specializes in peace culture and human rights, and well, on his daily life, he works on knitting networks and being the bridge between families, schools, municipalities, and so on in this territorial initiative. So we will have the same modality as in previous panels. We will give you 4 minutes to answer questions. We have prepared some questions for you, and the first one is at the core of our action. That is the most important people to us, that is children and adolescents. Can you please tell me how can you do for children and adolescents to be more involved, for them to participate more in the efforts of the initiatives at, that have an area based approach? How can we do that? Well, first, I would start with a question. Are the adults really listening to us as children and adolescents? Are they allowing us to be a member of this space that is not only about listening to us but also considering our experiences? We believe that it's important for you to answer, but let us go back to the question. The children and adolescents need to play a role in the design of any policy at the territorial level so that we can benefit as children and adolescents. We know our reality. We see the realities through our own eyes as children and adolescents. We may have an alternative solution as as advocates of the children and adolescents that tackle child labor believe that we need to challenge local and regional authorities so that they place in their agendas child labor. We believe that it is important for them to listen to what we're saying. We are advocates of children and adolescents. We want to be heard. There's another commitment that we have, and that is the promotion of the rights and prevention of child labor by dialogue, by talking, and also sharing experiences that will allow us to reflect and stop working at an early age because they are doing something that we should not be doing as children. We are doing the job of an adult. Yes, we believe that young people can do this. We need to stop seeing ourselves as victims. We need to consider us as agents of change. Policies may be a factor for our success or failure. Some do we think I don't know if what adults are thinking are aligned with what children and adolescents are thinking. Will that policy work for the rural area? Do we all speak the same language or we live in the same climate or experience? We reiterate the idea that it is important to intervene and have public incidents, and that is why we are here. Oh, you have challenged us, so get ready. And you talked about the role and the relevance of having public policies that are adapted to the context. Carol, you are now brought to the fore. Carol is one of the key stakeholders. Uh, Here we have several people from CDRPD, and that is a space in Peru that articulate us all regionally. Tell us about a specific case from Lima. How are you including in your commission the different stakeholders? What is the benefit of doing that? Because we need to talk about the good and the bad and the ugly. Carol, tell us what how are you coming together? What are the challenges that you're facing? Thank you, Maria Gloria. Good afternoon to everyone. First, I'll send you the greetings of our regional governor of the Lima government and members of the steering committee on the prevention and eradication of child labor in Lima and Lima greater area. We have important challenges. One of the main difficulties is the budget. This is a matter that has been addressed by previous speakers. We don't have a special budget for the CRPT, but that has not limited us. We have been carrying out activities as a regional government to take action with all other stakeholders forming part of the CRPT. As you know, we have a multi-sectoral instance formed by the different stakeholders carrying out prevention actions and eradicating child labor in the provinces. Our main goal is to make an effort so that we can fulfill that commitment. Peru wants to be a pioneering country and of the 8.7 alliance, and we have challenges. As I've said, we have problems. Since last year, we have proposals to implement a municipal model. Last year, we had a challenge in the implementation of this plan at the municipal level. We developed a pilot plan for the province of Barranca, and it has trickled to other local units. in August, we had new administrative units working on this. Yet, political willingness is needed. This is a complicated task, and we need mayors to be involved. It's not only an effort made by the Technical Secretariat and Serepeti. We need to be contagious. We need to make the city halls come together and join hands. We know that many municipalities are not committed to this effort. We have identified voids. In certain areas there are no child labor prevention efforts. In our province, we have to do oversight, and the oversight is shared with the Ministry of Women. That is why we want the regional government to undertake this challenge, because by doing so, we will be able to monitor the functioning of the MUNAs. Without that, the municipal model will not work. Another challenge that we see in the strategy of CRPT is to work in the creation of a provincial CRPT. It's not easy to reach the provinces. Well, in other words, to go to Yauyos, Huarochirí, Cantas, we need to go through the city of Lima, and that is complicated. We have provincial committees formed by local and provincial institutions that will allow us to focus our work strategy better. Yes, it is a hard job. There are many institutions that, despite having this responsibility, they are doing nothing. So we are working towards the strength of the stakeholders that are part of the CRPT and other labor sectors. We want them to work on prevention. Definitely, our children and adolescents will thank us because they need to be free of child labor. Thank you very much. Time is of the essence, and it's important to join hands and have all hands on deck to this end. Thank you very much. Yes, that is correct. When we were thinking about territorial interventions, we cannot forget about the organization of workers. We have here Paola. Paola has a broad experience in the participation of different platforms. Paola, tell us, what do you believe are those relevant aspects for the inclusion of key stakeholders for us to be more efficient? What are the key aspects, and what is the role that or organizations should play in terms of representation and territorial work to be done? Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. The union has an DNA. We call it the locally. We are intervening from the bottom up. We have decisions coming to us top down, and we are managing our union agenda like that. And we have child labor within our agendas. We have also prevention, promotion, lobbying, and political advocacy duties. As a union, we carry out those activities, but sometimes national and international decisions makes us participate in certain tripartite meetings. It's very nice to be committed from the top, but doing nothing at the bottom. So when we assume such a commitment, we need to think locally, because those are actions that will be implemented locally. We have to learn those. For example, in San Martin, we were able to reach adolescents that were doing forced and dangerous labels, not only by using a communication campaign, so that they acknowledge that there is forced labor in San Martin. We also went to certain localities or townships. uh, Adults are working, okay, but their children, their families, their neighbors, how are they living? So we are training trade union members so that they can denounce and raise their voice to prevent child labor. Another important matter that I want to highlight as a good practice is the articulation of the efforts with NSOs, or civil society organizations. Union trade is different from the NGOs because they have different fundings. They don't know the agendas of the NGOs, but here in Peru, what we have done is to articulate an important group. We have the Central of Workers, Marcha Global, Bienestar, and other entities like CEDRO, for example, as well. We are articulating our efforts from the National Serpet team, and we are carrying out activities for the prevention and communication, and we are looking into the public agenda to address the local and higher level authorities. There is little budget assigned to implement policies, and that is making us work very slowly. We are criticizing this, and we want to say that we want to support this, but sometimes just the government just does not help. We are also talking to indigenous communities, and I had the challenge of going to FOSPA to talk about child labor in Tarapoto. So how can you say to someone that in their culture it's normal to work, to say to them, oh, your children cannot work, that they need to be educated? They say that is not reasonable because that will make them um, you- part, so and that will make them poor. So if the parents wasn't able to have a decent work with sustainable employees and that they are employable with because they have a sufficient education, then these are people that will never have the opportunity of having a decent work as any other employee. So let us promote quality education and promote that adults work and children educate get educated. Thank you very much. Thank you for saying what you wanted to say within the time slot. Thank you, Paola. I think that we have been able to address the matter. We have a representative of the regional government, the CRPT, and we have the participation of the representative of the workers. Now, what's going out? What's going on outside Peru? Let's see what is going on with you. Tell us more about your experience, Katerina. When we listen to the word forum, we think about stakeholders together discussing. Tell us more about the learnings. What can you highlight from the work being done by the forum? What can you highlight about the participation of the different stakeholders? Tell us, how can you strengthen their work? How did you do to make them work together and have a collective view? Well, good morning to everyone here. I am very pleased to be here with you. I think that my colleagues in Brazil are listening and watching us. I also know that there are people that have visual this limitations. So I'm a white woman with brown hair, brown eyes. I am wearing a green jacket and a yellow shirt. These are the colors of Brazil. I am wearing a strip uh, pants, and this is important for people that are visually impaired. In terms of the eradication of child labor, well, 30 years ago, we have been working for 30 years. We have members such as unions, confederations of employers, NGOs, government. Several ministries are part of this effort. So it's a great challenge because each and every one of the stakeholders have its own interest. We may be linked and may be working on tackling child labor. Brazil is a large country. We have 5,600 municipalities that need to tackle child labor. Child labor is not a visible problem. Child labor is not a priority for many of them. Now we have Lula's third administration. This is not a leftist government, it's a coalition government, and there we see more challenges because the parliament is quite conservative. They are cracking down women's rights, children's rights, and the rights of vulnerable populations. So right now, we need to see the faces, which are the organizations that want to put up the fight. On paper, everything is beautiful. Everyone is like, how can I say, we have the commitment of eradicating child labor. Yet, when the problem is in our face, then each party will stop doing or do something about eradication. So we have a threefold approach. I hope that you understand my portuñol, but we have a threefold approach. We are working on production, raising awareness of the populations by means of communication campaigns with other stakeholders and partners such as the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Labor and Employment, Ministry of Justice, and so on. Every year we develop different campaigns and do political advocacy for the executive and legislative branch. We have state forum in Brazil. We are administratively divided into state. We have one district or federal forum in every state. They work voluntarily and involve all the sectors in that state. We've noticed that the first step is to have a diagnosis, to do a mapping of the town. For example, now in Brazil we have 1.9 million children in ages 5 to 17 involved in child labor. This is the most recent data from 2022. This is a household survey that was done that said that over 750,000 children are working. So we need to work with the ego and the lack of political willingness, the lack of budget, and lack of investment in childhood, in children. Well, this is what I wanted to say at the beginning. Well, maybe tomorrow we will have enough time. Now we will wrap up with Patricio. Patricio is coming from Argentina. Patricio work as a community grassroots group, and I wanted to tell us more about the grassroots. What is the role that grassroots association play in the communities that are organized? What is the role that they have in the sustainability of the area-based approach? Someone was saying that it should not depend on one public servant. The public policy should not depend on one particular public servant. So, because they come and go, but the communities stay. So, how can the communities be the drivers? Well, good morning to everyone. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to tell you how the march is doing in Argentina. I have a grassroots organization in a given municipality. Well, we have a country, province, and then the local part is called municipality. So our organization is formed by volunteers, people that do not earn a wage or salary for this work. If we compare our organization to other organizations of the Global March, they have a different way of working, okay? We also have a trade union. Well, that is part of the Global March. Every organization has a different impact and a way of reaching the power sectors. They are invited to talk at the tables, but we are not invited as a grassroots organization. So first, we need to understand the local reality. Argentina has a very interesting legal framework, but that framework is dead if the community does not live it, if the community doesn't have an educational process that acknowledges such process. And what happens is that there's a cultural situation that is affected by the immigration. We, as a community social organization, a grassroots organization, look for resources to address this situation. The great corporations and the great trade unions and so on are not supporting local efforts, no matter if they are aiming at human rights. So we become part of larger networks. They will serve us as an umbrella. We will be protected by them in our community. We call it like piggyback riding, so that the local governments don't look different at us. This is part of raising awareness among the municipalities. They need to know that we can support. If there is no local or regional support, then nothing will happen. We have institutional areas and others that sometimes only have one employee, so they have the same weight as we. So we need to work to identify those processes that will raise awareness, provide training on the education on human rights, to make those rights visible. And one of the strategies is to talk about children's rights and the eradication of child labor. We need to give communities a voice that is heard. Children and adolescents should be heard. Sometimes we say, well, which children or adolescents, but there are things that are about the culture. Sometimes we have children from other parts of the continent, and in our organization we need to have information about the regulatory framework. We should not criminalize families or stigmatize families in their practices, but generate alliances with the communities and governments. For example, what is the healthcare area that can serve that population. So we need to create synergies to strengthen the networks. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. But to wrap up, we developed this. We have this QR code with further information so that you can learn about other experiences that will not be possible to explain in just 4 minutes time. Thank you very much. I think that we were good with time. You were precise, you were concise. Thank you very much, panel members. Now let us think that the world is going to end tomorrow and we just have 30 seconds. So I would appreciate that each and every one of you give us a recommendation, a takeaway message. What is necessary for us to strengthen and improve the articulation of the stakeholders? What can you say? Once again, we'll start with the most important parties here, children and adolescents. 30 seconds? Okay. You know that child labor is an important problem that is underserved. As the government is not paying attention to this problem, me and my peers go to different events where we share the problem. We talk to the media and so on. And I would say that the best recommendation would be, and I don't know if you have children here, I hope you do, so think about yourself when you were a child. When you were a child, did you work? Did you go to the market to sell or do panhandling? Some people did. Yet, I believe that the best approach to this, now that we are in a different time, please think about the following. Would you like to have your child to work in the market or see them sick, asking panhandling? That would be very sad, wouldn't it? Well, this is something that is affecting everyone. This is not only particular to my country. So I think it's going to be better for us to eradicate this issue because it is painful to see how children and adolescents are suffering, especially now that they have to go to the farm and work. They are working on the maize and rice and so on. We need to make a lot of effort to eradicate this problem. I don't know if your colleague wants to share. Nadira, yes, I would like to contribute my idea. Well, I would like to contribute to what Nadira says. Well, we want to see children and adolescents participating in the different policies. We have ideas, we have proposals, we are innovative, and we want the door to open because we have something important to say. Be sure that we have something innovative, that we have something as important as you have to say. We want to be engaged. We want to lead our own development. Child labor is affecting us, and because it is affecting us, we need to be at the table to solve this issue. This is something that is impacting us and that we would like to be solved. Thank you. Yes. Well, now we need to stand up to the plate. I just want to add to Nadira's idea. We are not a victim. We are the agents of change. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you very much. Paola, you have the floor. She has the mic. Well, maybe some will not like what I'm going to say. Some think that child labor is something remote to us, but it is a structural issue. while we keep the same development model, while we keep the same policies that are looking at other issues, we will not see a change. And we are saying this from the trade union movement. Adults have to be engaged. For an adult to be working decently with respect, they need to guarantee the participation of all three stakeholders. The government need to make sure that the standards are met, and the enterprises need to understand the need for outsource activities and undertake everything that is connected with the new models of management. The other thing is that the government should not play a passive role. The government should actively guarantee the protection of children. And to that aim, the government must have clear policies with an earmarked budget and implement the projects. It's important to listen to the children and acknowledge their needs. The great solution should not be for a child to work in order to have a bread at the end of the day. I want to share the experience of Brazil. Lula said, and he shared his. Those of you who know, Lula is missing one finger because he renounced to his dignity just to get his hand in one bread, one piece, because he didn't have food. He decided to work in the manufacturing plant, and by working in the manufacturing plant, he lost his dignity and one finger. So thank you, Carola. Now we'll give the floor to you, and please help me with passing the mic. Okay, I'll try to be brief with our and share with you our concern. We need you to work on the second phase of the CL risk. In the presentation, Lima was there, but we are the regional government of Lima and we were not in the slides. We need to incentivize municipalities so that we can attain the implementation of the municipal model. There are so many children working on the streets and we don't have a public policy that eradicate that situation. We need to protect the fundamental rights of children. Okay, well, I'll try to summarize. For our social organizations, especially the ones that are in Argentina, we are used to lacking resources, neglect of the government to tackle child labor, the politicians coming in and out of government administrations. So, aside from the ethical framework, what moves us is the ethics because we are neighbors. So the first challenge is to be an effective bridge that connects us. We are in the territory and we need to serve as a bridge between the families, schools, and the local government. We are the middlemen, and that is a challenge to maintain that network and give it some coherence. Thank you, Patricio. Okay, so in the world of labor, we talk about decent work, we talk about families, maintaining children away from work. The, there are some things that we need to think about. First, how to raise awareness among people in the community. To that aim, we need to have knowledge. It's important for the community to to pay attention. The second thing, tripartism that we talk so much about. Well, by tripartism, we were able to reduce the number of child and adolescents working. But I believe that if we are four stakeholders, we will have a new mentality. And I think that is the mentality of the 21st section, and that requires the listening of civil society and communities that live in the borders of the rivers, as well as the communities, indigenous areas, and so on, farming areas as well, because every area has its own characteristics. This view about children and adolescents, it's a view that is essential. Now, if we look into Brazil, well, in Brazil we'll find ministries. Those ministries have a particular point of view. For example, we have the Ministry of Racial Equality, we have the Ministry of Indigenous People, the Ministry of Agrarian Development, and so on. All of them are essential for us to have an approach on child labor because children are working mostly in those areas. If we don't have representative in those areas, then change will not come about. The number of stakeholders will increase, but in order to do that, we need to understand what child labor means. As you well said, child labor is a complex topic. It has multiple causes, but in order for us to tackle child labor, we will need to open up spaces for children and adolescents to have an opportunity to speak up. Many stakeholders have a point of view, and we are not talking to each other, so we have a long way to go to change our commitments and turn them into actions. If we don't talk, we will not walk the talk. Thank you very much to all our panel members. Thank you for your time and efforts and ideas. This is a panel that kick-started with the following question. Do you really want to listen to us? Then we talked about budgetary issues, we talked about regional governments, how difficult it is as well to be together in a space to talk and work together. We talked about how grassroots organizations sometimes are overlooked. Sometimes they don't have resources and they have to put up a fight. And also to have the voice of children and adolescents in the conversation because they want to know about what is going to be useful for them to do public policy. We need to think about new stakeholders that are necessary according to the context of every territory. Once again, thank you, and I'm going to give the floor to someone to wrap up today's work. Thank you, Paula. Yes, we do have coffee for the panel members, just as before. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we are behind schedule. So, dear participants, we are closing this learning journey between countries, sharing good practices with an area based approach to prevent and eradicate child labor. To close today's work, that is aiming. Sorry, I'll wait. Sorry, I'll wait. Let us. Okay. Well, I was saying that to wrap up, I'm going to give the floor to Pilar Rodriguez, Regional Coordinator of the Regional Initiative for Latin America and the Caribbean, Free of Child Labor, that is led, whose technical secretariat is led by ILO. You have 1 minute and a half. We need to break for lunch. Now we can think. Well, without further ado, tomorrow we'll have a very hard day. We will be working hard and put our brains to work. Um, I always think it's very easy for those because we are working all in. We are investing ourselves on child labor, and we want it to end. But what I would like to for you to take away something from this day, and that is how we are focusing our actions so that the others can come and join us in this cause to acknowledge the rights of children. We cannot continue with this business as usual. We cannot we should not see as something natural for a child to work. So with this I want to conclude because I have many words here written, but why? We have so many experiences. You've said everything. Sometimes we work at a macro level, but we have an initiative that has a regional view to have a national commitment that has a local impact. Policies should enforce a change, but we somehow know what to do, where to start. We know about key territories. We know that articulation and commitment is necessary. So, we think put an end to child labor is possible? Yes, it is. We have reduced a significant number of children that are working, so it's possible. So, let us work together, articulating our efforts to make child labor something of the past, and that is it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pilar. Now I'll give the floor to Marco Duvel, Senior Director of the Global March Against Child Labor. I'm going to give my remarks in English.
En que vamos a dar el trabajo infantil, pero tenemos una meta que queremos lograr juntos y esto es un mundo libre de trabajo infantil. Es importante que no perdamos de vista esta meta. Cada uno de nosotros puede ser parte de esta solución. Tenemos que escuchar a la comunidad, especialmente a los niños. Como bien dijo Miguel, nosotros tenemos que saber enfrentar lo bueno, lo malo y lo feo. Tenemos que decirle a los niños lo que hemos hecho y lo que no hemos logrado. Tenemos que trabajar con los países para poder seguir avanzando, para erradicar el trabajo infantil. Quisiera agradecerles a todos por su participación. Ustedes son los que trabajan a diario contra el trabajo infantil. Tenemos que tener acceso a las políticas de erradicación infantil. Vamos a trabajar juntos. Y la delegación de acá ya no está aquí, la embajada de Holanda no está aquí, pero empecemos a comprar este café libre de trabajo infantil, no solamente para sus oficinas. Esto sería una muy buena forma para erradicar el trabajo infantil. Muchas gracias a todos. Por favor, déjennos saber sobre sus buenas prácticas porque quisiéramos compartir esa información. Los recursos son limitados. Esto nos permitirá aprender los unos de los otros. Esta jornada nos permitirá trabajar juntos y avanzar en la alianza. Continuemos trabajando y les deseamos una jornada fructífera para poder avanzar rápidamente hacia el final del el trabajo fácil. Tenemos un eslogan de nuestro coordinador de Ghana. Por favor, todos de pie. Todos de pie, por favor. Este eslogan está en inglés, pero pueden seguirlo. Trabajo infantil, afuera. Trabajo infantil, afuera. Fuera.
Marco, with these words, we have closed the first day of our regional meeting on area-based experiences with the participation of over 60 people that participated in Zoom, 20 countries online, and we also thank participants that have come to the office, to the regional office of ILO in Lima. We kindly ask the participants that are here at the office to come tomorrow at 9 a.m. to continue with this agenda on area-based approach. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.